creepy anymore. On tanks, you can kind of just do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. Okay. All worlds maintenance. Okay, so I do. Okay, I want to watch this, but I want to watch this after I eat. We can look at this. This is another guy that got like, I guess, like temp banned or something. Yo, actually, Bald, are you in chat still? Are you in chat still? Why are they making jobs easier? I have no idea. No. The bald nerd. Is the bald nerd in chat? He left because your main Zames. Oh my god, dude. Man, this fucking guy types stupid shit, and then when I actually need him to do something, he's nowhere around. Calling the bald nerd 69. Attention, attention, citizens of Baldinia. This is a public service announcement. We require the bald nerd 69 to appear before the royal court. Oh, the sickest shit to me was switching off. Oh, yeah, it was good. Mr. Herman, paging, Mr. Herman. I remember that. Dude, that show was so. Dude, that movie was so good. That movie was so good. Tell him Large Marge sent you. Dude, Large Marge was fucking crazy, bro. Dude, that show was crazy. They don't make movies like that anymore. Yeah. Okay, well, is there anybody in chat that is not subbed? Are servers down? No. Okay. Okay. Okay, Dabby. Dabby issues. What is that name? Yeah. I'm sure you'll fit in fine. Okay. Yo, Big, thank you for the resub. 55 months. Okay. Here's what I need. Here's what I need Omen and Dabby to do, since both of you said it at the same time. I need you to go to my Vods. I need you to see if they're sub only. Yeah. And tell me if they are or not. Because they should be. I made some changes last night, and I want to see if the changes fucked anything. Confirm sub only. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to give you guys a sub. Okay. They recently released this stupid fucking AI option. And they also changed something else a while back that I didn't know that I had to change. It had to do with clipping. Um, so I turned my VODs off of sub only so I could test something, and then I turned it back on, but then like I refreshed and it didn't like take effect or some shit. And it was like last night before I went to bed. So I didn't get a chance to check. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what, man? There was a okay. Where was the tweet about Donnie Yen playing playing the protagonist of does anybody happen to have that tweet? Does anyone happen to have that? Okay, so I think what I want to do first, man, is I want to watch a spook. Um Wait, you saw it on Instagram, Pekun? Can you link it? I just was like, I just wanted to see if there was an article or something about it, is all. Because I want to watch this Phantom Blade Zero, but I wanted to see if Donnie Yen had any like, if he said anything about it, I guess. Wait, the IGN video has him?
For Phantom Blade Zero, the team.
Uh. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can. Dude, I'm like really fucking excited for this game, man. You know me, man. I don't normally get excited for single player games, but I'm very excited for this one. Oh shit! Here we go. Yeah. Okay, guys, do you know who? Do you guys know who Donnie Yen is? Yo, hey, illustrious. Thank you for the gifty. Thank you very much for the gifty. The name rings a bell. Okay. I'm just here. Here. You know what? Here. It's better just to show you. Yeah, it's better. It's better if I just show you. Uh this is dude, didn't um VIP that chatter? You can't say, okay, you can't do something stupid, then get banned, then say VIP that chatter, referring to yourself. That's fucking dumb as hell. Get the fuck out of here. Why would I VIP that? That's stupid. Okay, so um yo, okay, so anyway, so this is Donnie Yen. So I really like Donnie Yen. Um I thought there was like a real life, like an like okay, am I making shit up, or did people try to mug him in real life and he beat the living fuck out of every single one of them? Did that actually happen? I remember hearing that in an article. That happened, right? Hold on. Okay. Did Donnie Yen get mugged but beat up the assailants? I'm pretty sure it happened. In the late 1990s, several men harassed Donnie Yen's then girlfriend. Uh, at a Hong Kong nightclub, they allegedly followed and attacked the couple outside. Yin fought back, supposedly sending 8 men to the hospital. Yeah. Okay. I remember hearing something about this, man. They had secured. This is okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna click this link, but I already know that it's not the cam footage. But I just want you to know that I admire your lie. Okay, I admire the lie. All right. Now I already know it's not gonna be it, but it's the effort that I respect. Okay, I just want to point out that that effort I do respect. Okay.
Hello, old chum. I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
This is one of the best videos on YouTube. Dude, I want to get this in email. Hold on. Okay, right here. I want this as an email. This is why I clicked on this video. I want this right here as a fucking email. It's so fucking good, man. If I ever look at a woman like this, they're gonna instantly fall in love. Okay. Oh, I gotta send this to somebody. Oh man. Strummer, worry bigger. How was your night? Worry bigger. Did you do any fucky wucky? Worry bigger. Actually, no, I was too fucking tired because I streamed for like 12 fucking hours. Okay, so hold on. So Donnie Yen, let's see. Sent a gang of 8 members, all grown men, straight to a hospital when they harassed actress Joey Meng and then his then girlfriend. The incident was reported by Hong Kong news outlets in the late 1990s. According to the story, Yin and Meng were living it up at a nightclub when a gang of men who took interest in the actress began harassing her for attention. Yin reportedly warned the men but was ignored. As the couple tried to leave, the gang pursued and attacked. What the fuck? No, get out of here. But the troublesome swarm had no clue who they were dealing with, and the 8 members soon found themselves lying on hospital beds, as per China Times. Apparently, Yin wasted no time and beat them in self-defense. He was arrested by the police, but was shortly let go after the investigation. The incident continues to be relived to this date because really it teaches the one can't always mess with another. Dude, can you imagine fucking with somebody like that? Like, you have no idea who they are. You just assume they're some fucking pussy or something. And then, like, they turn out to be this, like, insane fucking real life Dragon Ball Z character. Like, what the fuck? Oh, why did you? Oh, yeah. Because Donnie Yen is doing the motion capture for this. Yeah, so it should be sick. Yeah. He's doing the facial and motion capture for the actor in the game. Yeah, so that like got me like extra like excited. Yo, did they ever replace Jennifer English in that one game, Tides of Annihilation? I wanted to play that too, man. That game looks sick too. Okay, anyway. Let's watch this.
Be a bit harsh. Every person that said this expansion is dog shit didn't play it.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, if this is part of the base release for the expansion, are you kidding me? There's no way. I would understand at least if
I wish
this
I
was
could
like a
see his
future
chat.
patch.
Actually, wait, Gloria, didn't you send me the fucking VOD for this, man? I want to see his chat. You know what the timestamp is?
So here's something I want to know.
Oh, yeah. I want to see the timestamp for this shit, dude. All right. I want to see his chat. Bro. Here, let me move this over here. Oh, it is timestamped. Okay. Yeah. All right, so let's watch the clip first.
Like, that's very strange.
Hell yeah, he's a warrior, man. Hell yeah.
They hated Wook. I think their hatred of Wook Lamont blinded them to this, honestly. I think it blinded them to the interest of the hero's journey for her character. And I think that sucks. Like, I get not liking a character, but you have to actually look into the character and, like, what are their aspirations?
You know what, ma'am?
What is
You know what?
changing with them? Is it a good story regardless of your dislike of that one character? They would Giga hate missed it. I think so. And I can understand not like.
Okay. All right, it's okay. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be crazy. All right, but I think a very small portion of what he said is correct. I think a very small portion of what he said is correct. Okay, so you know how he said that people's hatred for Wook-Lammat ruined the story? Okay, so I don't really have anything on that, right? Like, because I didn't do the story, so I don't give a shit. But what I will say is that I do think that people hated Wook-Lammat so much that it did sour their experience of the entire expansion. And if you don't like, basically, if you don't really know who Wook-Lammat is, you probably like this expansion. So, like, let me ask you a question, man. Okay. How many people in here don't really do the story and don't understand why so many people hate Dawn Trail? Because that's me. Like, now I know, like, based on what you guys told me, right? Like, I know why people hate Dawn Trail. It's because of Wook-Lammat. Like, I know that. But to me, it doesn't make any sense because I don't really know who she is. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is like, because I didn't experience Wook-Lammat, it didn't sour my experience of the expansion. As a matter of fact, I think this expansion is one of the best. I do. I seriously do. Like, if you remove Wook-Lammat, now again, I can't really speak for the story, but if you take out like Wook-Lammat and you just focus on the battle content, this expansion is one of the best. It's one of the best, if not the best, in my opinion. Why do you think the population drops so hard if Dawn Trail is good? Well, okay, so this is, a lot of people play this game for the story. But in addition to people that just play for the story, there's also raiders who do the story too. Like, how many people seem to think that if you do the story, you don't raid, and that's not true. There are people that do both. Like, just because I don't do both doesn't mean that there are people that don't do both. There's a lot of people that not only raid, but they also do the story. You know? I would say there's more people that actually like raid in some capacity and do the story than just do the story. I would say that. Now, I do think that there are people that just do the story and then they quit and all that shit. But this is also an MMO. So, I mean, I guess I don't have any solid analytics or numbers, I guess, so I could be wrong, but I would assume that there are more people that do the story and also do like extreme trials and, at least Savage than people that only do the story. If that makes sense. I mean, I've done the story to some capacity in this before. I have. Oh shit, that's a good song. Hold on. Let's put on let's just put on some synth, bro. Yeah. Wait. Those who cleared Pandemonium Savage was higher than Arcadian. Well, Pandemonium was easier. Overall, Pandemonium was quite easier. At least I'm pretty sure. Well, There was the Abyssos incident. Was the final raid tier, was Cruiserweight harder than Athena? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. Hmm. Well, nah, you can still compare them even though they're different levels. And the reason you can compare them is because you can take them relative to each other. I'm actually curious about this. But there were so here's like another thing to consider too. There were more players in Endwalker than there were in Dawntrail. You know what I mean? Wait, it tracks the achievements. Raids? No fucking way we do it. No fucking way we do this. No way. This is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. This is so dumb. Why? Why? This is so fucking stupid. We have two fucking damage downs, and I swapped the gunbreaker. And what is this SC fucking stupid? What are they fucking doing, man? This is so dumb. I'm not even happy. I'm not even happy. Look at this guy. How do you feel about gunbreaker, Stimmer? You know what's depressing? Is that this chat hasn't changed in over 3 years. I blame Blue. Okay, so what am I looking at here, Ath? Actually, hold on. Let me ping Dude, here's our fucking chat history, man. Dude, you're fucking stupid. Look at this shit. Look at this. This is what you DM me. Passed out, party animal, dick. I love frat life. Bro. So stupid. Snooze champ. La, 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 snooze champ. At least he's got eyebrows. Bro, look at Ryan in the background. Doesn't know that, man. I was tired that day, brother. Okay, so what am I... Wait, what exactly is wrong with 14 Collect? Oh, I have no idea. What's the... What am I looking at here? Oh, I'm looking at this. So this is a percentage of players that have cleared the raid tier 10 times. Tier 1 of Pandemonium and tier 3 of Arcade. Okay, so tier 3, this is heavyweight, right? This doesn't seem accurate at all. There's no way that only 13,000 characters cleared Savage. There's no way. Like, this doesn't even line up with the numbers that SC released. Oh, it's see, this doesn't mean anything. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything. I don't think SC inflates the number. I don't think so. If anything, it would be in their benefit to make the number lower, to give him more reason to make the intermediate raid. No, I mean, yeah. See, I think this number is skewed. Nah, there's no way that what like guys, like dude, think about it. I mean, I understand that Savage is, mid-core content, whatever. People argue that it's hardcore, but only 4% of the player base, like, come on, it ain't that hard. You know what I'm saying? I would say this is more like an ultimate. If you check who got the Chocobo, wait, a Chocobo. Isn't that based on? Is that based on the lodestone though? Oh wait, good news. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. We're gonna stream that Q&A tomorrow. Yeah. That's fucking cool. Okay, we need to come up with some questions today, guys. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna stream the Q&A tomorrow. What time is it tomorrow? Blurry, 2 p.m. you said? I already asked him about DDoS protection, Crank. Yeah, he said that they have multiple measures already put in. Yeah. Okay, that's EST, right? Yeah, it's for Terra. I'll tell you the questions that I ask, and I'll tell you what he told me. What Q&A is for it's for Terra, the new Classic Plus Terra server tomorrow, or not this Friday, but next Friday. Yeah. Maybe I should add the date in there. Hold on, what date is it? 21st at 12 p.m. Yeah, let me add the date in there. Uh, 08/21st. Okay. I didn't play Wildstar. No, I didn't play Wildstar. I'm excited for the for this Terra server. I'm very excited. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my Kefka reclear this week, and then next week I'm gonna do one more round of weeklies, one more Kefka reclear, and then I'm gonna take a break from Final Fantasy for a little while. Because I want to play Terra. Yeah. What am I gonna play this time? So I'm leveling 4 jobs. I don't know which one I'm going to main, but I'm going to have 4 characters because I have a lot of friends I want to play with. The 4 jobs I'm going to play are Brawler, Slayer, Berserker, and I want to try Valkyrie. So I'm going to have 4 characters. No, dude, this server is it's promising a lot. It's starting with literally every Literally every job. And they added races to some jobs. Like Papori can play every fucking job. Yeah, anybody can play. Yeah, it's the spear polearm class. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anybody can play. It's free. There's going to be no pay to win. There's going to be a cash shop, but it's going to be like cosmetics. I don't even know what the Apex skills are. Brawler is a tank, Lancer is a tank, Berserker is a tank, and Warrior is a tank. You should try. You should try. You might like it, Ath. It is completely different from 14. Yeah. I updated the command now. So, which one is off tank? There's not really an off tank. Yeah. There's not. Do we know which tank is the best? No. Mm-mm. Because this server, the only thing we can go by is you know what, man? Hold on. What was that last song, dude? Neutronic. Ocean in the Sky. Yeah. I want to listen to Moth Wings. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you play it anymore if you like it so much? It went free to play Korean slot, but it also was canceled. Yeah. I'm gonna do a big Terra racked after the Q&A tomorrow. Yellow. The reason I haven't done like an official the reason why I'm just talking about it here and now and then is because I want to wait for the Q&A. Because I don't want to like talk about it and then because I don't know very much, right? I don't know some key information. So after the Q&A tomorrow, I'll know way more and we'll just fucking talk about like everything in like one go. I think I'm leveling Brawler first. And the reason why is because I'm playing with Safety Helmet. I'm playing with the EU boys. I'm gonna level with them. So it's gonna be me, Trank, Craig, Jin, and Madik. What happened last Terra server? Bro. Dude. It's like multiple things. First off, the fucking server owner was a fucking idiot. And then second off, man, he had like pedophiles as mods and shit, man. They got like exposed and shit. Arthur said he can't play on a private server. I'm not sure why, but yeah. Yeah, but basically the server imploded. The boomer... Is he talking about a boomer Terra game? Grow up, please. Okay, Mr. Grow Up. Okay, Mr. Let's see your chat history here. What the fuck do y'all mean Twitter is for porn? I looked up hot boobs woman. Didn't get any result. So it's like bingo for old MMO players. It's like when you call us bald. Hey, I followed to make the observation that there is a bald man, bottom left. You know what? Get the fuck out of here. How about you grow up? Okay? You grow up. Okay? Tell me grow up, motherfucker. When you done it? Soonish. All right. So I want to see what the chat says.
Is this part of the original release of Dawn Trail, or are we post base story Dawn Trail right now? Is this DLC? This was part of the original story?
Yo,
this is base.
Up. Yo, thanks for the gifty, man.
I'm going to say this right now and it'll be a bit harsh.
Okay.
Every person that said this expansion is dog shit didn't play it. Like, if this is
okay. Like, how can he say that without even hitting max level? Like, is he max level?
If this is part of the base release for the expansion, are you kidding me? There's no way. I would understand at least if this was like a future patch. Like, that's very strange. They hated Wook. I think their hatred of Wook Lamont blinded them to this,
like,
honestly.
You know what's crazy, man? Is that I think he's kind of right because people's hatred for Wook Lamont made them hate the entire expansion.
I think it blinded them to the interest of the hero's journey for her character. And I think that sucks. Like, I get not liking a character, but you have to actually look into the character and, like, what are their aspirations? What is changing with them? Is it a good story regardless of your dislike of that one character? They would Giga hate missed it. I think so.
I mean,
And I
dude.
can understand not liking.
All right, look, man. I'm not even a fan of Pyro Software, but I think it's cool that he's playing the game. I think it's cool that all these motherfuckers are playing the game. And I know they're probably just playing the game because of the fucking, you know, the incentive and all that shit, like the gifted subs and all that shit. Like, I get it. I totally get it. But I think it's cool, man. I think it's awesome. So, I mean, like, the new players are playing the game
New
and shit.
character. I totally get that. But I really think this is a very good telling of the hero's journey with an adaptation I've never seen before. I think it's quite fun. There's a lot more Wook to get through, and it's where people started hating Wook. So you're saying that there's... After this, she's annoying. Could be. We're going to wait on the ads. I don't think duct tape will fix the king. You're not using enough duct tape. Obviously.
Okay. You know what, man? I hope, oh, we can look at this too. Yeah, we can look at this. Oh, I want to close some of this shit. Man, let's listen to some Castlevania synth. Give me a sec, man. I'm gonna use the bathroom. All right. Oh. Okay. Okay, we can look at this, man. So I guess somebody else got a warning. I have no idea who this person is, but they like sometimes, man, people will just sometimes people will just like at me. Whenever like they get, I guess they get like in trouble or some shit. I really wish that over here in the States, it would be a law where they have to tell you why you got in trouble. I understand that's a thing in EU. Thunder God Chaotic. Yeah. Getting multiple chaotics would be awesome, but I don't know. Okay, so let's check this out. So, okay, this is weird because, for one, I don't type much in FF in general unless it's PvP, so weird that I get a violation for something I am unaware of. Proceeded to ask the steps in the warning system and given a form that explains nothing of a warning. Here is content for you. Okay. Bro, I'm going to tell you what, right from the get-go. What the fuck is this glamour? Brother, I'd take you in jail just for the glam, bro. All right, look, if you're going to get banned, you got to get banned with some mods, bro. Like, dude, when I was banned, I was a Space Marine. I'm just saying, man. If you're going to get in trouble, you got to look good. And look, I get it, the booty shorts, okay? I get it. I dig booty shorts. But I'm going to be the first to tell you, you ain't got no booty in these shorts. This looks like my ass in RL. Okay? You can't tell where my lower back and my butt begin and end. It's just like melded together. You can't even tell. Okay? Okay, anyway. So let's look at this. All right. Let's see. Wait. Okay. Okay, now please explain what form of communicational harassment and the date of the violation, as I have not been signed in, and the last time I've communicated was in DMU in term of strategy. No harassment. I'm trying to understand the date this violation was done. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now that before I even read the rest of this, they're not going to tell you what you did, and they're not going to tell you the date because it's fucking stupid, because it doesn't make any sense. So as I said earlier, over there in EU, do they have to tell you? Like, I get, wait, they don't tell you shit? I've heard the opposite. Really? Because I've heard the opposite. But anyway, okay. So I understand why they don't want to tell you, because they want to protect the victim, right? But here's the thing. People need to realize that you can weaponize the report system. And a person weaponizing the report system is not in any way, shape, or form a victim. They need to take a case-by-case basis. So, like, let's say that you call somebody a bunch of horrible names, and then they report you for it. Then yes, obviously, protect that person. But in like certain cases where you have no idea what you got banned for, or if the ban is not like not even a ban, even a warning or anything, like basically whenever you're taken into the jail, if it is not malicious, they should tell you. Like they should tell you. And the reason why they should tell you is so that you can fix something, because there are times where you do violate the TOS and you are legitimately unaware. It does happen. It does. And I think in those cases, they should tell you what you did so that you don't make another mistake. I think it's important. Okay. I think a majority of people, they don't intend to violate the TOS, right? They don't intend to harass people or, do any of that shit. Now, some people do. Some people do, yes. But what I'm saying is there are people that don't. Like those people that don't, but they technically violate the TOS, but it's not malicious. I think they need to be told what they did so that they know not to do it again. I think that is important. I think that learning from a mistake is very important. And if they don't tell you the mistake or any information about the mistake, you can't learn from it. They don't tell you. I got a warning once and I'm EU. They didn't tell me anything, but at the time I knew what it was. Okay, so I have a friend that's EU and they didn't tell him at first, but then he pulled out like some law or some shit and sent him a message about some law where you have to tell them, and then they actually told him. Yo, hey Kitty, thank you for the resub. 22 months. A cute drummer. Give kissies for cute chat. You good to go on Friday? I'll like double check and everything, but violation is you posted. Oh, you're saying like they give you a very general, vague idea. I just think I think that the average person, if they fuck up and they're told why they fuck up, like they would want to be told why, but not because to get back at the other person, but just so that they don't do it again. Don't chat, never chat with strangers. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's let's just keep reading. Okay, so please explain the day. Okay, unfortunately, due to our privacy policy, information such as who reported you that may have been said when this happened or the exact incident cannot be shared. I apologize for the inconvenience. Okay. What I may share though is that this happened over months ago. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So here's another thing I don't like is that you can get in trouble. Like there needs to be like a period of like, okay, you can't get in trouble for this anymore. So what I mean is like, so a while back there was a guy that got in trouble for his search info. So he had one of those stupid, like, full thrust in the rear. It was like auto translate, but he said he had it on his character for literally years. And then like 3-4 years later, he got in trouble for it. And then he got like a fucking 10-day suspension. So like, I get that there's a violation there, but I also think that what should be taken into consideration is that person has had, like, basically what I'm saying is man, they need to take more of this shit. Like they need to think about more of this shit because the guy that happened to was not trying to be malicious. Like they put it on there and then it was on there for like 3 years. So like if it was on there for 3 years and like basically what I'm trying to say is that it's Square Enix's fault for not getting to it sooner. So because it's Square Enix's fault for not getting to it sooner, they should give some leeway and be like, hey, okay, well, this is the first time that you did this. You probably didn't know about this, but we're going to tell you and, now you have to change it. I feel like that is much more reasonable than just like banning him for 10 days. You know what I mean? Like basically you can make a mistake and not even realize that it's a mistake and then years pass or months pass or whatever and then you get in trouble for that mistake. So I think that that's fucked up. I think it's fucked up. Let's see. No, you kind of do owe me an explanation or where I can go to appeal this suspension. Months ago, so I am in violation of something I have said months ago. Yeah, I mean, this person is, like, I mean, any normal thinking person would be upset by this. Please note, I will screenshot this communication unless this is violating. That is correct. I cannot share you specific details, but this was over a few months ago. If you feel this may have been handled in error, you are welcome to submit an account action. So I'm being suspended or paused for something I have done months ago and cannot be told because you are just saying something via a macro. So I am unsure if you are a living person. Can I be given the time frame of the suspension or be told if it's permanent? You do understand how weird it is to be told I've done something months ago and be suspended now when I am randomly in game lobby. Our team tried to reach you in game multiple times. However, we are not able to get a hold of you online. I wonder if this person ignored them or if this GM is lying. Okay. I've been online for the past several days, so that seems like weird contradicting information from your part. Okay, wow. Okay. So maybe the GM is just straight lying. Do you think GMs lie? I do. I think GMs wait for you to log on. I do. I think GMs lie. And I have several logs to show this case. Holy shit. Okay. I would like the past question I have asked to be provided. What is the status of my account and the suspension of permanent? To clarify, I'm saving all this information. I understand where you are coming from. So going, dude, okay, right here, this is a fucking red flag as fuck, man. This is a red flag, man. Why would they call them by their full name? That just seems weird to me. That there's probably a reason, but that just seems weird. This sounds like how a robot would talk or some shit. As I mentioned earlier, you may submit an action account or an account action review should you feel. Is this a violation of the communication being recorded, screenshotted? Please visit. Let's see. Yes, we will issue a warning today. Okay, well, I mean, at least the person only got a warning and not a fucking ban. But please be reminded that any future violation or violations may lead to suspension or suspension subject to account termination. Again, I am asking a question regarding the status of my account. Please give me the status of it and the suspension timeframe. Okay, thank you then for that information. Is the information that can be given from my own personal typing or an example of the words communication be set? Yes, as I have mentioned, this is a warning. It will be recorded to your account, but this is not a suspension. For clarification, when you mention warning, what are the steps after warning for an account suspension or policy guideline? To know if I understand you correctly, are you requesting for the exact words you mentioned? If the exact wording cannot be given, was the violation verbal abuse, curse, or abuse of words, or type of sentence that warrants the violation? Is a clarification I'm asking. I see. Thank you for clarifying this. While I wish to address all your concerns, I apologize as I'm restricted to only give you limited information about this action. Though this action is for a harassment violation, we will also send an email regarding this action to the email address linked to the account. What is the time frame for this email? After our contact here, okay, you should expect an email. I shall release you. Okay, you may review. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so they didn't tell him shit. Like, man, whenever we look at these, whenever we look at this shit, man, and I don't know, maybe this has happened to you or whatever, but okay. Okay, here is where I wish people would use their brain, okay? Because I always compare it to like a job, right? Like, okay, so what if you go into a job and your manager calls you into the office, says, "Hey, we caught you on camera doing this." Well, what did I do? You were harassing somebody. I was? Yes. We got you on footage. We got you on video footage. Okay. Well, when did it happen? We can't tell you. Okay. Well, what did I say? We can't tell you. You just have to know we did it. Well, who did I harass? We can't tell you. So, okay, because I already know people are going to be, okay, people love to say this for some reason, but it's in the TOS, you should know. But it's in the TOS, you should know. Okay, we get it. It's in the TOS. First off, nobody reads that shit. So stop pretending like people read the TOS. No, you just check that fucking checkbox and then you play the fucking game. Second off, okay, even if it is in the TOS, okay, even if it is in the TOS, even if you're supposed to read it, you should still be told what you did. Like, for anybody that thinks that it's okay just because it's in the TOS that they handle situations like this, like, I feel sorry for you. And the reason I feel sorry for you is because you are a sheep. You are a sheep. You do not think for yourself. You just accept what a company tells you. You just accept things as like, okay, so I'll put it this way. Not everything that is in a TOS or that is a law or some shit makes sense. Not everything that is a rule, they're not always fair. It doesn't always make sense. And most importantly, some of them shouldn't be rules. Okay? Now, I'll give you like an example, I guess, of what I'm talking about. So over here in the States, some states you're allowed to smoke weed. Other states you're not. Okay, so why? Like why? Why in some states are you allowed to fucking smoke weed, but in other states you're not? That makes no sense. So like you're telling me that across this imaginary line, it's a rule here, but not over here. Like what the fuck kind of sense does that make? So anyway, okay, that didn't make any fucking sense. So that's one example of how a rule or a law doesn't make any fucking sense. There's tons of examples, but the point of all this is that when you make a mistake, you should be told what mistake it is. Like, because let's look at this logically, okay? I understand they want to protect the victim. They don't have to reveal who the victim is or whatever, who the person reported you is. But in the defense of the person that got reported, how are they going to correct a mistake if they don't know what the fuck it is that they did? Okay? So that means that you could just repeat the same mistake because you're not sure what you did, or this is a huge incentive to just not communicate in game. So like basically by them doing this, they're actively telling people that it's better to not type in game. Like I very rarely type in game. Yo, this is really off subject, but yo, did you get your Kefka clear, Apollo? We're going Friday. You want to go? We got a spot. We're going Friday. Oh, you got it actually? Okay. It's 8 p.m. EST. 8 p.m. EST. Do you want to go? Okay. I'll save a spot for you. Do you need the clear still? I mean, it doesn't matter if you do or not, but I'm just saying if you do, that's fine. Oh, you don't? Okay. Well, you can come if you want. Mm-hmm. For the week, we're doing a weekly reclear. Okay. Just message me if you need a Discord invite. I don't know all what I don't know all what happened. So, what is this? Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. Anyway, going like back to this, right? Going back to this. Okay, so I'm not arguing that this person didn't violate TOS. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, it is not right that they don't tell this person what they did. They don't have to give them 100% full information. But I mean, like, look, man, just read the, like, this person has no fucking idea. I bet if you were to ask this person, hey, man, what'd you get a warning for? I don't know. Like, they would literally XFF shrug that shit. Like, this is the most uninformative fucking garbage that I ever read. like by doing this, their moderation team, they need to reevaluate some stuff, in my opinion, because there are people that just like, this is supposed to be an MMO social game, but they disincentivize you to actually be social in the MMO. That doesn't make any sense to me. That makes no sense. Because, dude, you can get, and all of these suspensions and warnings and bans and shit, it's all up to the GM's discretion as far as I know, right? So because the TOS is so broad and so, like, you can literally be banned for anything, right? Right? So I just think that they should give you a reason, something that you can learn from, and that's the most important part. Because whenever I make a mistake, like, it's not intentional. So I would just like to know what my like, dude, I remember back in in 2020, so 6 years ago, I got banned for vulgarity. This happened to me in 2020, and this is what they told me. Thank you for responding. We have confirmed you made vulgar comments while streaming on Twitch. This violates the material usage license. Okay, what did I violate? Sadly, due to our policy, I am unable to directly tell you which particular stream clip. However, we suggest that you review your archived stream clips to ensure no further action on your account. So they literally told me, hey, you violated, but it's your responsibility to go through every single fucking clip and VOD and piece of content you have and get rid of it. Do you know how many fucking hours that is? Like, what the fuck? Like, can you give me a date at least? Can you know, that would indeed be the case. I can definitely see how frustrating it would be. Due to policy, I'm unable to give you. You may return to the game 8/8 or 8/18/2020. So like, please refrain from. Okay, yeah. So basically, they told me the same thing. They told me stupid shit. Yeah. So then my tweet was, shit. Hold on, man. Here, I'm gonna turn this off just for a little bit. So then my tweet was, if you're going to ban someone for a VOD or clip, then you need to at least provide evidence in question. But like, I was denied this and you handled this extremely unprofessionally. How am I supposed to know what I did wrong or need to delete when you say you have evidence against me but won't tell me? What kind of sense does that make? This is inconsistent with other streamers receiving bans because in those cases you provided VODs and clips. With me, you did not. Yeah, so there was one time when Arthur's got banned and they actually gave him a clip. They gave him the clip that he used. But they didn't do that to me. So not only are they inconsistent with providing evidence, but they're also inconsistent with the, you know what it is, man, is like the entire time I've played this fucking game, they just haven't liked me. They just haven't liked me. And I really think it's because that I'm not a positive vibe streamer. Like, I know that sounds stupid. I know it sounds stupid, but I really think that's the case. I really do. Because I don't fucking suck their cock. That's why. Yeah. Because the last time I was banned, the GM literally typed out, just try to keep your streams positive vibes only, or some shit like that. Like, I'll have to get the thing. But yeah, it was like positive vibes only. Like, yeah, fuck that. What the fuck? Nah, yeah, fucking, you can suck my dick, bro. Like, fuck off with that shit. Like, you are not going to control how I stream. That is ridiculous. Fuck you, man. You know, like, this is stupid, you know? Anyway, yeah, but they just don't fucking tell you anything, man. And you know what really pisses me off about some of this shit, man, is that it's just the way it's handled. It's just the fucking way it's handled, man. Like, like in my case or whatever, they didn't provide me shit. They just said, "Hey, fuck you, fuck off." That's it. So, I mean, how am I supposed to take that? You know what I mean? Like, look, man, I love Final Fantasy, but this is going to sound crazy. Final Fantasy needs people like me. I am more important to Final Fantasy than a positive vibes only streamer. And the reason I am is because with a positive vibes only, you're never going to improve. You will never improve. You will keep releasing the same fucking garbage over and over and over and over again. So like as far as is feedback and shit like that, the game needs people like me. The game needs people that, and I'm not just saying not just me. I'm saying we need more people that are going to criticize the game in a constructive way. I try as much as I can to give constructive criticism. I very, very rarely just shit on the game, man. I very rarely just shit on a game. I make it a point to, whenever I criticize the game, to also bring up something good about the game, because I think bringing up something good about the game is also important when you're criticizing it, because if you don't do that, then you just turn into like a doomsayer. You know what I mean? You know? But like, it doesn't matter. Like in all aspects of life, it could be a game, it could be in art, it could be dancing, it could be literally anything. You need constructive criticism, man. You have to have it to improve. You have to. And without it, you're never going to improve. The game will never get better. Never. So like, I don't know. Maybe it's the way that I do it. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. But the game needs people that are going to criticize it constructively. Because if you have just a bunch of yes men and, oh yeah, the game's great, everybody's happy, you're never going to improve that way, man. You're never going to improve that way. So, I don't know, man. It's just, it is what it is. I imagine eventually I'll be banned again or some shit. I don't know. I mean, eventually, maybe. I have no fucking clue. I'll just make another account. I don't really care. My ties to Square Enix and the community, I don't like. I have none. Like, I don't want anything to do with any of that shit. The only thing I care about is this channel. That's it. I play Final Fantasy, but I don't want to be involved in any of that shit. I don't want to. It's just not for me, man. It's not for me. Yeah, that's the thing for me. I just play the fucking game. I play the game, and people seem to think that because I have a following or some shit, that I need that I have this extra responsibility and all that shit. And it's like, no, it's not my fault that I have a following in this game. If you want a more positive streamer to have a bigger influence on the game, then they either need to, one, get a fucking personality, and I don't know, maybe be fucking entertaining. That's not my problem. Like, it's not, man. It's not my problem, that the channel has been very successful in the 14 category. Just because the channel has been successful in the 14 category, that does not mean that I have to adhere to all of these extra rules and shit that people are trying to push on me, man. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, if you can't fuck with this shit, then that's fine. I understand. But just because the channel is successful does not also automatically give the channel all of these extra, like, oh, you have to be an example, you have to lead, but you have to be a leader, bro, and all this fucking cringe shit. Like, dude, have you seen this fucking chat, man? half these motherfuckers don't even play. You know, the reason why people are in this stream is because it's fun. It's not because of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is like, you know, just something, it's just like an extra, you know, it's just an extra thing we have in common. But at the core of this channel, it's just because we're fun, because you can fucking escape the fucking miseries of real life and shit. You know, you can be a fucking idiot. You can have fun, all that shit. You know, that type shit. Because I can tell you that, like, I mean, Final Fantasy is awesome. It's my favorite game. But the channel doesn't need Final Fantasy. It doesn't, because of you guys. This chat is what happens with bad leadership. So can you play Kuza? Yo, Cantrell, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much, man. 4 months. Thank you very much, man. Sorry I missed that. Okay, so anyway, look, sorry for the rant, but this guy added me or whatever, wanted me to look at it. I mean, I don't really know what else to say. I'm sorry that this happened to you. It sucks. I've had way worse happen to me, unfortunately. But you know, the people that are going to think that this is okay, they are brain damaged sheep that probably don't even play the fucking game anymore. I have found in my experience that the loudest, most obnoxious people about the TOS, they don't even play the game. Which doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like at some point in time they were burned so badly by an experience in the game that they can't let it go. They're like, it's like some weird emotional like attachment to this fucking game, and they just cannot let it go. Like they were wronged in some way, shape, or form. So instead of like either just taking responsibility of what they did or just moving on, they latch onto it, and then they have this like this not like basically hating Final Fantasy has become their whole persona, right? So whenever something bad happens to someone, they will celebrate it. You know, that's just so fucking weird to me, man. And there's a lot of like weird 14. Dude, 14 has some weird ass motherfuckers, man. Yeah. Wait, I just came here to see if you were live. I was so well, of course, Chrono. You're an OG. Saw someone say base when insulting streamers. Speak up so I can blast you. Wait, what? Who was insulting streamers? SE banning someone without letting them know what they did is straight up lazy and cannot be classified as moderation. As a receptionist myself, this Sugoi Neko guy is false. Wins fart. Blame Gloria. Blame Gloria. Yeah, anyway, man. It's fucked up. But yeah, I don't know. Stop typing in game. I don't really type in game anymore, man. Yeah. Wait, watching one of your reacts about the PF plugin, and a Reddit post said streamer behavior. What does that even mean, streamer behavior? I don't know what that means. Weird. Wait, no way. I didn't get, bro. No, I didn't get banned again. It's this fucking guy, man. Yeah, but anyway, I guess like a TLDR, man, is I will never understand. I will never understand why some people think that it's okay to ban or suspend or give a punishment for something, but not tell the person what they did, at least a little bit. Because how are they going to learn from a mistake if they don't know what the mistake is? That makes literally no sense. And all this is going to do is like encourage people to never type anything in game. So if that's what Square Enix wants to do, I 100% disagree with that mentality. I think that mentality is why they are limiting themselves. I think that mentality is why they are why they lost so many players, for one. Like, dude, I know a lot of people. They don't even type in games. Some people have stopped streaming this game. Some people have completely disassociated with themselves from this game, except they just like literally log on and play with their friends, like close friends, and then that's it. And it's sad. It's sad to see that, man. It's really fucking sad to see that because this game is awesome. But the fact that like basically Square Enix protects people that weaponize the TOS. Like that's the bottom line, is that Square Enix is okay with protecting these fucking retards that weaponize the TOS. They have nothing better to do than like weaponize the TOS. And they do this, and then, you know, it's like because of Square Enix's policies, because their mentalities, they protect the wrong people. Like, I get it. There are some people that do deserve it. There are some people that like harass people in game, stalk people in game, do all that weird shit. Those people don't get banned. There's literally people like the one guy. I don't even think that one guy got banned. He was literally cheating with like PvP mods and shit. And I don't even think he ever got banned. Yeah. So, like, I'm not saying that everybody that gets banned is innocent. No, not at all. Of course not. But what I am saying is that the way that the TOS is written, people are learning how to weaponize it. And I said that, like, okay, every time we talk about this, I go back to what I said, that when I got banned for what I got banned for, I got banned for talking about the game, not even in the game. Or no, sorry. I got banned for not talking about the game, not even in game. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the game except for somewhere on my screen I had TOS copyrighted image or material. And because I had that subjected me to the TOS. In no world is that fair or right to do. And I said back then, wait, what is this? Oh. And I said back then that this is really bad. When everybody was, you know, or well, not everybody, but when a lot of people were like, you know, celebrating my band and everything, like, I get it. You don't like me. I get it. That's fine. But what you don't understand is that because that happened to me, that can also happen to people that you like. That also can happen to people, like to wholesome people. It can happen to anybody. If they are willing to ban me for the reason that they did, then that means that their reach is pretty much like whatever the fuck they want. So that means that now you can pretty much report somebody for anything, and people are going to weaponize the TOS. And this has been happening. There was already that one VTuber that got in trouble for a link. There was another VTuber that got in trouble for a link. And then this guy got in trouble for like something that apparently was said months ago or some shit. So like, bro, this shit's crazy, man. It's they will ban these people, but then they won't ban people that are actively like saying like slurs and shit in chat or like harassing people in Party Finder and all that shit. They'll let those people go, but not these people. Like, it's a fucking joke, man. Have I changed my stream since 14? Or have you changed? Holy shit. Have you changed how I stream 14? No. I mean, well, I have. I've taken measures to protect myself. But as far as like how I stream 14, no. No, and I never will. I remember times when GMs contact you. What is it?
I'm going to yell, report me.
Oh, this is like well, this isn't 14, so this isn't relevant. Yeah. Yo, Arceptor, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much, man. 13 months. Thanks a lot, brother. The Baker's Dozen. Holy shit. Yo, Tanius with the tier 3. 8 months. The Crowning. Can't stand these ads anymore. Dog, so I guess we're back. Thank you very much for the resub. Dude, you didn't have to tier 3, brother. Dude, just hang out in chat, man. I'll gift you a sub. Oh, it's about automated reporting and bans. No, like, so to my knowledge, every single report is investigated. Yeah, so like they'll let like players like Big McLarge huge like just basically say all the shit he does. And I mean, I don't know if he's been banned or for, maybe, but he definitely should have been like fucking permagone for all the shit that he said. And I'm not even saying that from like a standpoint of like a personal like dislike or anything like that. I'm saying it from a standpoint of just blatant TOS, like, you know, in-game violations, you know. But anyway, yeah, so anyway, man, it just, I don't know. I think it's fucked up, but it's one of those things where it is what it is, you know. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we're going to change it. I don't know how we can change it. We probably can't. This is one of those moments where, like, you know, Square Enix is just like, fuck you. And unfortunately, Square Enix doesn't really care about growth. So because they don't really care about growth or innovation or anything like that, they're just going to keep doing this shit. And eventually what's going to happen, man, is people are just going to stop typing in game. Like, people are going to stop typing in game, man. The MMO is going to be way less social. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's going to come a point where there's going to be like no community in game. Everything's going to be done during Discord. I mean, it's already started a lot. There's like a ridiculous amount of shit that takes place in Discord completely outside of the game. Because of these reasons. I mean, it's probably like a Japanese like mentality or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't really type in game at all. Which is unfortunate because I would love to interact more in game, but I'm fucking too scared. I'm like legit too fucking scared. Okay. All right. Anyway, man, I want to watch this Phantom Blade Zero shit. And then I want to paint. So, but before I do that, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I want to watch this gameplay trailer, man. It's 11 minutes. Wait. Oh, is this the yeah, we might be able to look at this one on. Who is this from though? Hmm. Okay. No, we can look at this too. Uh I need to get up though, man. I need to go grab a drink, use the bathroom. So give me a couple minutes, man. Yeah, I can send a link. Yeah, thanks for sending me this. Kissies. Okay. Yeah, just give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec, BRB. Let me throw my food away and everything. Okay. BRB, give me like 2 minutes. Let me grab a drink. Let me use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, guys. I had to, you know. You know. And Code Brown. Okay. So, why European 14 players can get reasons and why Americans don't. If you play Final Fantasy 14 on North America servers but live in the United States, you have likely experienced a frustrating situation. You get suspended or warned by Game Master. When you ask why, the support team replies with a vague standard message. Meanwhile, players in Europe often share stories where they demanded proof, receive their chat logs. This is not because Square Enix likes Europeans more. The European superpower GDPR. I don't even know what the fuck that is. The law gives EU citizens the right of access. It means any data a company has about you, including chat logs used to ban you, legally belong to you. Holy shit. If you ask for it, they must give it to you. Wow. A newer law that specifically bans platforms from issuing vague bans. They must provide a statement of reason explaining exactly what content was removed or what behavior caused the suspension. Holy fuck. What if I have an EU account, but I play in the US? So I have to be an EU citizen? Even if I have an EU account? Okay. When an EU player sends a formal data subject access request, Square Enix is legally forced to send them the chat logs. Holy shit. Even if they black out the name of the person who reported them. That is awesome. That is awesome. The US reality at will, the United States, there is no federal equivalent. Feels bad. When you create a Square Enix account, you agree to a contract. Okay, so the US just gets fucked. No legal right to data. Under current US law, your chat logs on the servers are considered their property, not yours. That is so fucked, man. They are legally required, not required. That is crazy. They generally do not force a private company to explain why they kicked you out of their private club. Not exactly, but the path is much harder. State laws, if you live in California, Colorado, Virginia, or Connecticut, you have some data privacy. Okay, you can request a copy. Companies often argue that chat logs related to the ban are internal security data. U.S. players can still submit an appeal ticket if the ban was a mistake. A human GM. Okay, so yeah. Can they demand ban reasons? Yes. Can they see chat logs? Yes. Can the company stay silent? No. Holy shit. That is fucking awesome for EU, man. Wait, click the links. Got perma banned for reporting bots. Huh. Man, there ain't no shot I'm reading all this, man. Check this. Or wait. Yo, hey, Scardo, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much, brother. And Safro, thank you as well, man. I'm sorry I didn't see that, man. It was Code Brown. 58 months, almost 5 years, 21 months. Thank you guys very much, man. Maybe this is new information to everyone besides me, and I'm just slow, so ignore me if that's the case. Back in 2019, I received a GM warning for spamming the slap emote. Pfft, didn't realize. Dude, fuck off. Okay. This is a common complaint I've heard against GMs in the game that they'll punish you but not tell you why. So I got to wondering, and the answer is yes. I was sent the full chat logs for the event I was warned for. Holy shit. Huh. Yeah, it's only a US problem. Crazy. Jesus, man. I need to move to EU. I need to move to EU. Yeah. Let's see if they want to do dumb bans. Yeah. Yeah, well, spread the word. Spread the word, boys. If you're EU, whenever you get banned, make sure you fucking take advantage of that. Make sure you take advantage of your fucking right. Because fuck Square Enix just banning you for no fucking reason or some fucking stupid ass reason and then not telling you. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. All right. We need to start painting soon, guys. But I want to watch I want to watch this trailer. Yeah, I want to watch this trailer. Let me see. All right, you guys ready? Oh. Nah, we can just do it tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow. We need to come up with a list of questions to ask at the Q&A. Yeah. Remind me about that shit. Okay? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's watch this Phantom Blade 0. You know they ain't answering our shit. You know, actually, I mean, I think they're going to, man, because I've been talking to the server, like the lead project developer. I believe this is who it is, and he's answered every single question I've asked. At what time? It is 2 p.m. EST. Like, they don't have any reason to lie. It's actually in their benefit if they tell the truth and if they're honest, because it not only gives people an expectation, but it builds credibility and trust. And if they're like, okay, people are much more willing to support something if they know that it's true, if they know they can trust it, and if they know that the information that they're receiving is going to be upfront and honest. So, like, you may not like the information that you're hearing, but you know that it's true, and you know that the whatever the source is not hiding anything from you. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's about Terra. Yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be like a Terra day. Yeah, we're gonna talk a lot about Terra tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, but for now, let's watch this. Thank you again for linking me that, Raw. Thank you again, man. Let's watch this, and then I want to paint. Okay. Anybody that is wanting to stick around for the painting stream, this is what we're gonna work on today. We are going to work on this. We're gonna work on Horus. Horus ascended. This is the version of Horus that is like blessed by the chaos gods, and this is the version that kills Sanguinius. So we're gonna paint this. We're gonna paint more of this today. I'm not quite sure what part I want to paint. I think I'm just gonna paint more gold, more non-metallic metal. I think that's what I'm gonna work on today, but we'll see. But anybody but anyway, anyone interested in that, we're gonna do that in a bit. Okay, so let's watch this, guys. Let's check it out. Real quick though, if people don't know, this is a new game. It's called Phantom Blade Zero. It's kind of like Dark Souls, kind of like God of War. It's a third-person action adventure. It seems really cool so far. I don't normally get excited about single-player games. This one seems really fucking cool though. But we'll see. Anyway.
You're late. Let's get started already.
Damn this rain. Always when I'm out. No one goes near Pumpkin. At least not anymore. But you, if my damn misfortune hadn't bled me dry.
Donnie Yen is doing the face and motion capture of this game. So I'm really excited for that. That's already so badass, man. That's already so badass. Dude, this is like... I don't even know what you just did there. This is like Metal Gear Solid. Oh, he's doing bullet time. Okay, this is like The Matrix mixed with Metal Gear Solid Revengeance mixed with... Dude, that's so fucking sick. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, that thing's got a lot of fucking health. Man, I thought this was on journalist mode, bro. This is like some fucking super hard difficulty and shit. Either that or those are fucking sponges. Ooh, see ya. Yeah, that's a parry window right there. The blue shine, that's a parry window. See ya, idiot. That's why I do the chatters that act up. I fucking ban their ass. Oh. Dude, those horses are like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, he's a wanted poster.
Looks like no room for negotiation.
Master soul. Kill the shadow sovereign. By the order's rules.
I recognize that guy's voice, I just don't know where it's from. Dude, you were getting Leon vibes too? Yo, I was getting Leon vibes from him, man. All I know is that these type of games, I'm either absolute dog shit in, or I'm a fucking god. One or the other. There's like very few games like this that I'm like just mediocre at. I'm either absolute dog shit or I'm super good.
Definitely not the latter. Okay, Kay. Definitely not the latter. So dog shit then. Okay, Kay. Okay, Kay.
Ooh. Jesus, man. Oh my god, that is so fucking cool. See ya, idiot. Just another day in the life of a rogue. Oh man, that's fucked up, man. Those horses are gonna die, bro. Come on, save the horses.
Save them!
Man, that's fucked up. Oh shit. Is there something like wrong with him?
What blurred my eyes? Was it the rain? Or blood?
You're finally here. Late again. I never thought, in the end, you'd be the only one who still cares whether people live or die. The Mandate's leaders don't care about ordinary people. The merciful Lady of the Veil doesn't care either. Zuoshang's order no longer upholds its
I already
rules,
know that guy's gonna be awesome.
nor does he care about the
He's like
people
the
of
Master
world.
Roshi or Yoda of the game.
The peddlers, the laborers, the elderly, and the children. Who's left to protect them? And somehow, only you, with so little time left.
Oh, so he is dying. Okay.
It's time for my last battle.
Someday, I'll roam the Wulin with you. And
Oh
be a hero.
god, what a way to
call me
ruin
Quick
a
Hand
fucking
John.
good game. Put
I
some
travel the
weeb
land
shit
collecting
in it.
rare treasures and relics.
The name's Forge. I serve under Lady Ananis as an artisan.
Taking you on that
fuck.
ride was worth it.
Okay.
Every bit of it.
Finally! You're here at last. I've been waiting forever.
The three of us spent most of our lives fighting for the Mandate. We thought ourselves heroes, only to realize it was all a lie. There's a great secret in this world. One beyond the grasp of ordinary men. A power beyond reason. Its source. It's from...
Dude, that's like the Japanese pyramid head. That's a saw. Is that saw head? Saw head, bro? Oh shit. See, I think it's cool you get multiple weapons, dude. Like different weapons. Like you're not just a samurai, dude. You're like a weapon master, you know?
My blade. Your head is mine.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Watch closely. I'll strike only once.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
My fists strike only the strong.
Holy shit, brother. Now that is a main tank. God damn.
Who's controlling me? Kill. Shadow Sovereign Soul never told me to do this.
Okay, so he had the main tank shield, so maybe this is like a little bit of Mega Man, where you kill a boss and you get their power or some shit. Oh my god.
This was my mistake.
Okay, I know that whatever that was like a demon and shit, and but like, you know what? Never mind. Oh my god. Dude, you know what that part reminded me of? That reminded me of that part in The Running Man where Arnold Schwarzenegger used the buzzsaw on Buzzsaw. Dude, the combat just looks so fucking good, man. It just looks fun.
Extinguish the flame. See what burns beneath. Drop the blade. Let true steel speak.
Is this like his mentor or something? Is this like Ra's al Ghul?
No shadow. Yet it moves through all. That's the path to know.
Oh, that's a mechanic, bro.
Who are you?
Show me your strength. And the answer.
Dude, that was so fucking cool, man. Holy shit. Bro.
Save the baby! Save him!
Oh shit, let's go, let's go.
I'm looking forward to his next move.
I'm pre-ordering that shit.
Phantom Blade 0.
Dude, that shit looks sick. God. FP Pong pretends to be excited. You're not excited about that? Let me see. Let's read the comments. So you could pre-order this. Is that what they said? Phantom Blade 0. S Game presents Phantom Blade 0, a fusion of classic wuxia. I don't know what that is. Storytelling and exhilarating action powered. You play as Soul, a warrior with only 66 days left to live. Fend off assassins, unravel world-ending conspiracies, and defend your values with your life. Dude, that seems sick, man. October 28th. Oh, here we go. About the game.
A lone journey against fate.
Framed for murdering his master, Soul suffers a devastating wound to the heart, leaving him just 66 days to live. Alone and hunted, he roams the Wulin, determined to unravel a conspiracy that has ensnared the martial world. Through rain and blood, kindness and vengeance, he embarks on a journey where love and hatred intertwine in search of a heart. Dude, everything I just read is awesome. Explore the mysterious phantom world where shifting light and shadow conceals mystery at every turn. Memory flowers, the Wulin, and the discordance. Transcession, the Lady of the Veil. What's that fucking name? Enanus? Dreamscape? Every secret leads to another, and every corner hides a new story. When one path ends, another begins. Hidden passages and intricate mechanisms await those who dare to explore. Dude, the game looks fucking great, man. Like the environments and shit. A seamless dance of blades. In the Wulin. Dude, what the fuck is a Wulin? Your weapon is your life. Master over 30 primary weapons and more than 20 unique phantom edges wrested from the hands of fallen foes. Oh, so you are like Mega Man. Rooted in traditional martial arts, combat flows through seamless combos that are easy to learn yet rewarding to master. Only true masters will uncover the deadly intricacies within every technique. Blades class. Yo, who's the combat designer of this shit? Blades class in showers of sparks, dodge, deflect, counter, and strike in one seamless flow where victory and defeat are decided in an instant. Wulin is a martial arts society. Oh. Will the next turn leave the sand stained with blood or lead you back from the brink of death? What the fuck is this? Kung Fu Punk? A new version of wuxia. The golden age of wuxia cinema collides with punk fantasy in Phantom Blade Zero. Punk fantasy? Dude, what the fuck is Kung Fu Punk? Okay. Powered by Unreal Engine 5 and cutting-edge motion capture technology. Ooh. Okay. Renowned martial arts choreographers from the golden age of wuxia cinema collaborated to bring authentic Chinese kung fu to life. Every strike and stance in Phantom Blade Zero is rooted in real martial techniques. Experience the timeless allure of Chinese kung fu through breathtaking cinematic action. Dude, this looks fucking badass, man. I'm gonna pre-order this. I'm gonna pre-order this. What do I get? Do I get any pay to win? Increase remnant dust rate drop by 10%. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're getting that. Hell yeah. We're going to get the deluxe edition. Add to cart. Okay. Let me put that in there. Yo, who's the one friend that owns the game? I don't even know who that is. All of these people have very good taste. Dude, I like how you guys are just being yourself, right? Like you guys are just fucking being stupid. I'm like catching up with chat now. You're so dumb. Wuxia, FP Pong. You won't play it anyway. XDX. $60 game. Concern. Strummer, I just redeemed a fart. No, you didn't, because redeems are off. That don't even make any sense, and you fucked it up. A muffin can't even clap, because a muffin ain't got no hands, you idiot. What kind of muffin are you eating? No, I'm going to play it. Dude, this looks good, man. This looks sick. Do you guys, would you guys, is this a game you want to see me play? I'll play it. Ooh, I get it. It's called Phantom Zero because this is how many hours Strummer will play it for. Aren't you guys excited about this, man? No. I don't. Oh, well, fuck you then. Then you don't have to tune in. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna pre-order it. I mean, I'm not gonna pre-order it like right this second, but I'm gonna pre-order it for later. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this looks like a faster version of like Onimusha and probably a better version of Sekiro and definitely a better version of like Dark Souls or, Elden Dumb. Probably. I've noticed one thing about the combat in this game. It doesn't have that slow, sluggish Dark Souls feel, which is very good. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Anyway, hold on. What is this? So this is okay, so let's watch this. Okay, hold on, let's watch this.
影制认领的创意监制，过去40多年，我一直致力于将中国功夫带给全球观众，让它成为世界流行文化的。
Dude, that's so fucking sick. He's actually like doing all that
将
shit.
这份经验
Oh, he's even holding the baby!
我希望玩家能通过这款游戏体会中国功夫的力量、美学与哲学。马上加入预购行列。影之刃牛，加油！
Yay! Yay!
我是郑子楠，影制认领的创意监制。过去40多年，我
Dude, that looks sick, man. Looks cool. Yeah, here's the trailer. Yeah, I'm gonna play that shit. I'm gonna pre-order it. I'm gonna pre-order it soon. I know I haven't played wait, what is this? Bloodstained? I know I haven't played the Benz game, but that's because, dude, that's because the Benz game isn't finished yet. I don't know what the fuck Fake Keeper is. But it's not finished yet. What is this? Around 16th century.
The castle has been sighted again.
Oh god, I recognize that guy's voice.
The church's orders are absolute. These human sacrifices must be stopped. We will track the ethereal castle, break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within.
This is like a two-player side-scroller. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool.
Will test the limits of your courage. You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts that defy reason. Creatures born.
Oh, it's single player. You control two characters. Oh, I think it would be even cooler if it was like two players. I haven't seen Kingmakers now. Yo, hey Bochi, thank you for the thank you for the resub. 4 months on XDD.
With me!
Cross Reaper! Tonight, we start our mission!
It definitely has like Castlevania vibes to it. Is it supposed to be like in the same... Is it like in the same world or some shit? Oh, okay.
So you've come, dogs of the church, right into the palm of my hand.
That guy's gross, dude.
PlayStation.
That's gross. Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna paint soon, but I want to play the chat game. Here, you guys can fart and stuff. Yeah, you guys can fart. All right, let's play a couple rounds of the chat game. Yeah. Okay, you guys ready? All right, who done it?
Brother, this guy stinks!
Control resonance combat is a...
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, okay, I'll save this. Yeah, I'll save it. Okay.
Yeah, you little fat fuck, you gonna eat that little cake? Yeah? Yeah, lick it off the spoon just like that. Yeah, you little dirty boy. Oh my god, okay.
Okay. Alright, which one are we doing?
Illumibuti asks, why won't our strummer play the greatness that is Yakuza 0? Ah, young sapling, the strummer's heart may be swayed by other melodies. Yakuza 0, a tale of honor and chaos, may not sing to everyone. It is as leaves dance in the wind, finding their path among the branches.
Damn, he just like gave up. Okay. All right. Which one do you guys want the most wanted? Let's do the most wanted. The most wanted. You had a paperclip as an earring? I don't have a paperclip. What are you talking about? What? Paperclip? The fuck? Most wanted.
One chatter, 6 statements on record. You get 1 guess per statement and no list to pick from. Name them.
Omega lol. Free redeem. Free redeem. I genuinely don't know. Like, I don't even know who to guess.
The thunder cracks. Rain hits the 2 warriors hard as their swords clash. The Silver Samurai takes his stance.
Yeah, get more clues.
I am ready.
Wounds. The Crimson Samurai.
At the Darkest Druid. OKK.
Left for Dead. Thunder Cracks.
Dude, you guys like do the redeems at like the worst time. The Darkest Druid. OKK. I see it. Oh. So it's an associate of Druid. Froge Detective.
Did you see it?
It's like, okay, hold on. Who is an associate of Druid? It's like Iori or Snoof. Yeah, this is LA Noir music. I think it's Iori because he loves OKK. Fuck. At I am Zetsu, do this in real life, cuh. Ass clap. Dude, it could literally be, dude, it could literally be anybody, man. I'm guessing Snoof. Arc. Lol. What the fuck is this emote? Dude, you guys gotta help me, man. You guys gotta help me. What the fuck is this emote? I don't remember this message. You think it's what? You think so? No way. I need bleach. Man, okay, I'm going to tell you this right now. This game only works in certain channels. This game would not work in a chill channel. Absolutely not. No shot. You think it's pancakes? No. Oh, Oh, but they're nice. Good luck on recovery. I bet this was when I had my eye surgery. Fuck. So they're like a shitlord and 4 messages, but then they're actually wholesome. No, I don't think it's Voltus. You think you know who? Well, who is it? I'm trying. You know, what if it's this guy? What if it's him? No! It's a boba? Bro, fuck this motherfucker, man. He be yapping too fucking much, man. Criminal has escaped. Criminal has escaped. Damn, man. That's fucking hard, man. Oh, shut up.
Prove he doesn't read chat. No, he doesn't read chat.
The long read. Let's go the long read. Snoof. I don't think it's braggy. Oh, okay. No, because they don't have good beards. It's not Max. I think it's Sorley. Oh, I was right, bro. I was right. Oh my. Whoa. I smell my odor. It's Isu, the royal hound of Baldinia. It's a brick house. No! You would look cute with hair. No, that's not Ash. No. I think it's Zetsu. Oh, it's... What up, Big T? Hope you having a great time, man. That's Max. Oh, yeah, that's Max. Oh, yeah, that's Max. Holy shit! Yo, somebody's cooking Druid, bro. God damn, bro. Holy. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's in me. I don't know. Is it? See, I was gonna say Mon. You guys think it's Buzz? Okay, 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 okay. All right, all right.
FP Pong Sid. A jet, Hello? You guys.
See you later, alligator. Yo, watch it not even be me, bro. Watch it not even be me. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. XenosysVex, FF14 streamer. Don't want to stream 14. I think it's Pat. Pat. Criminals in custody. Criminals in custody. The Daily. Yo, Rick, what's up? What's up, man? Open the case. A flower for Strummer, because he knows his chat so well. No! No! A flower. Go back in your hole? Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Kefka doesn't even do his slap his ass taunt in the ultimate. It's easy. I don't know why I thought we'd have to fight Super Bosser from FF10 too. Wait, we've already seen this. Yeah, we've already seen this. I've been playing so much Monster Hunter. Yeah, we already seen this. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Sorry. That's red. And that's red.
Look at what you did.
Fuck. Okay, so that's the day. So I guess we already did this. One case. Okay, so we already did it. Okay. Okay, cold case. All right. All research can never have too many healers. And that's Vash. Wait, didn't we just see this? Fuck! I swear the line for slur has shifted so much for some people. True. She reminds me of Jar Jar Binks. Makes me wonder what it'd be like if those two were friends. Oh my god. Okay. I've seen some questionable TikTokers. Bro, who's being so loud, huh? apparently for good reason, Burge Boy for hating on Expedition 33. Ooh. Brilliant? Okay. The rain is a bit too harsh. The other one was better. Ooh. Gilgamesh.
So are you gonna be funny today, or...
Oh, shut the fuck up. I bet that's Lim. Yeah, that's fucking Lim's dumbass. Quick, bring me out. They used up the boo. That's red. That's red. I don't think Cloud in AC is a very good direction for the character after his growth in the original. Oh. Okay, Arcane. The museum exhibit just had to have fucked up eyes. What?
Oh my god. Okay, not bad, not bad.
Same chatters, same messages. Man, we got some motherfuckers in here crying, bro.
Literally only VIP and mods on XDD. We're not happy with the situation.
Got really good news. I got the house. Oh. This is some kink porn.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Oh my god. Oh, thank god I got one of them right. Oh, that's Red, dude. Red's a pervert. Everybody knew that was Red. Then everyone died at the end. We don't talk about Street Fighter versus Tekken, though. Ooh, is that Iori? I knew it was one of these two. Fuck. Yeah, so according to Google, apparently Alexa can play sound using the app Find My app, and I'll make the phone emit noise. Okay. This shit is so ass, man. Holy fuck! What a. Oh. Let me use the bathroom. Let me use the bathroom. I wonder if there's a way. Yeah, like it keeps. Okay. It definitely favors some chatters. It definitely favors some chatters. I wonder if like. Let's see. Evidence pulled from public chat logs. Yo, no problem. No problem, man. Thank you for the resub. Or, I'm sorry. Thank you for the gifties. 3 gifted subs. Thank you very much for the gifties. And Archon, thank you for the resub. 51 months.
We will be painting today.
Inflexible, thank you for the 35 months. Almost 3 years. Thank you guys a lot for the subs. Raven, thank you for the 6 months. Half a year. We're gonna paint soon, yeah. I wonder. Oh. Wait, what does it matter? The archive? Quiet channels take longer. Most of these days hold no stream at all, and everyone has to be read to find out. Oh my god, this is from... Oh god, it's not that hard to understand. Albez? Fuck. Are you streaming static reclears tonight? Amora? Fuck. Drama! Hit me up with some AI slop, King. Oh shit, that is... Oh fuck, man. Oh my dude. Nah, but I got this venomous ass, bro. Your prepos in your pairs immediately after knowing your position. Going to watch for when you do Snaky Part because I'm trying to learn that. Braggy? Well, I clicked. Oh my god, I didn't even read that. Okay, now it's a lot better. Zerd? Fuck. So I can pick like the year? You work 1 year and nothing else. Every other file here draws on recent chat because recent chat is what people remember. This one hands you the opposite. Regulars who left, the jokes that died with them.
Oh my god.
Can I not open the... Okay, dude, let's go back to 2023. Oh, no archives for 2023. Okay. You have to do the chocolate cake video in real life. Are you fucking dumb? I already did it. You were exhausted during top. There is a difference. Pancakes.
Should have used your mitt.
Oh, fuck off, man. I don't do... Fuck. And deleting gives a deleted user or something. These are hard, dude. I don't... Okay. That was a guess. No cringe.
I'll blow you.
I'm just picking this guy, the one-winged rat. Fuck. FB Bong looks like Fortnite. Oh, it was Todd. I don't remember that. Q 15 minutes ago. Patty? They knew not to make one about Final Fantasy VII because I would be busted every single second. Yo, whoever the fuck said that, man, probably talking about the raid tier. People will find a way to mess up any strat. I don't think it's thick. I think it's... I fucking picked... Or, oh my... God damn it, man. Let's do one more. Let's do another Most Wanted. Let's do one more.
He doesn't know anything about us.
Oh, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Okay? No, you know what? I know who this is, actually. Wow. Okay, okay. It's not Mocha. Okay. Albez, give it 2 days. Okay. Is it Cammy Dalamud? No. No. At Modals, why are they mad? How important are healers in operations? I would say very important. Just take white mage, like as your roll action. Okay, who was talking to Modals?
On the night of August 25th. Who?
Nah, man, we need to do like some type of interrogation.
On the night of August 25th. Who were you with, Modals? Who were you talking to?
When I was talking to you! To you, of course, Chad. Now take these clown kissies and fuck off. Honk, 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 honk.
Do you know?
Nope, too late, bro. Too fucking late. Too fucking late. Nope.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury Lane? Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! She's married to the Muffin Man. My lord, we found it.
Nope, too late. Chat's clapping. Yay! He did it! Yay!
Unhand me.
Don't talk Xeno, please.
Don't bring up Xeno, please.
Please. I hate Xeno.
Looking, enhance, zoom in. Jesus. Is that redeem real or AI? It's real. It's real. Dude, I don't know. Dude, I'm bad at this, man. I don't know who would... Dude. No. It's GPX. Did you even read the post? Well, did you? I don't fucking know. And this isn't even directed at me. This is directed at someone else. I don't recognize the name It's GPX. Do you guys? Oh, I think I know who it is. I think I know, actually. No, I think I do. I'm starting... No. I'm starting to remember who GPX is. I think I know who it is. More Kefka today? No. We're gonna be painting soon. I don't know who it is. I don't. Fuck. I'm just guessing Riven. Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus. It has. Zoom in. Go back. I don't know. Tom Barry Kev. Wah, 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 wah. Jeff, thank you for the dono. Strummer, Absolute Cinema, clear for one fruit clip just dropped. Dink Dog, clear for one fruit clip. Oh God, hold on. Oh God, Jesus, why is it doing this? Hey, hold on. Okay. Yes, and thank you for the resub. Tier 3, holy fuck. 38 months over 3 years. Tom burying these nuts in your mouth.
Guys? Guys? Guys?
That's so stupid. No, it's just people were in the wrong spot and they didn't hit their anti-knockback. Okay, we got to paint now, guys. I feel like we got to paint. I feel like we got to paint. Yeah. A Mr. Dude, God, dude, it just, this is how it starts, man. It's just racked after racked after racked after racked. Bro, we gotta cut it off, man. Dude, it's already 2:30, man. It's already I've already been streaming for 3.5 hours and we haven't even painted. This is supposed to be a paint day. We gotta paint, bro. I need at least like 3 hours. 9 to 5 experience. But we were enjoying your company. I'm still going to be here though. We're just going to do a paint stream. So stream longer. I was really wanting to do an average stream today. Like an average length stream, you know. Because tomorrow is going to be more racked and it's going to be we're going to talk about Terra a lot tomorrow too. Yeah. Plus I have to get ready, man. It normally takes me like 15 minutes to get the paint stream ready. I think we need to paint, guys. I'm sorry. I know we were having we'll do it again. We'll do it again. I promise. I promise, guys. We'll do it again. We're gonna do more racked and stuff, and we're gonna play the whodunit chat and all that shit, you know. But we need to paint today. Yeah, we need to paint. Okay. There is at least one chatter who will never come back after today. Yeah, and you know what? That's probably you. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, why would you say that, man? Just because I want to paint, get the fuck out of here. Okay, guys. We haven't painted in like 2 weeks, okay? We haven't painted in 2 weeks, and believe it or not, there are people on the channel that really do enjoy the paint streams, me included. So we're gonna paint today, okay? We're gonna paint today, okay? Okay, all right. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Will you paint a booby today? I mean, I am going to be painting the bald guy. So technically, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me move this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna swap. Gonna swap to art. Or no, actually mini. Okay, mini. Let me turn FFBot back on actually. Okay, so we're gonna do a paint stream, guys. We're gonna paint. We need to um let's see. Okay. Let me go. Wait, you're painting some Eldari expedites from a new Space Elf Cowboy Knights riding dinosaurs. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go get ready, guys. Okay. Give me a few guys. I'm gonna go get ready and then we're gonna start the shit. If anybody has a good suggestion for any type of Horus lore, I would like to listen to some Horus lore. Like why he betrayed the emperor, that type shit. You know what I mean? Okay. So let me get my shit together. Oh. Huh. Why is this not working? Sorry, guys. I should have had this set up beforehand. Sorry. Let me see if this works. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I need window capture. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll figure out a video. Oh shit. Okay. So we have a bunch of choices. Looting is always good. Janovich? I've never heard of this person. Okay, all right. Let's Remembrancer has a video? Okay, hold on.
Did you see it?
The road to terror is open. The time has...
What the fuck? If the Emperor had made Horus immune to male pattern baldness, none of this would have happened. He pinned this shit. I will be back. we send him this already, chat? What is this? Yes, yes. Okay. All right, boy. Oh shit. Let me get the model. Okay. So we're gonna paint today, boys. We're gonna listen to some fucking lore. We're gonna paint. We're gonna listen to some lore. For those of you that have never tuned into a painting stream before, man, it's super chill. Second monitor content. For anyone interested in painting, I will I'll try to give let me see. We're actually going to listen to some Horus lore, Shark. Let me pin this. Let me post it in the YouTube just in case anyone is curious. Oops. Okay. So wait, should we reset FFBot so active people join? I mean, that's up to you guys. Okay, so I'm going to let so basically we do painting we try to do a painting stream like once a week. If anyone is interested in painting, man, if you're new or whatever, I've been painting for, I believe it's been 2 years this month. It's either this month or next month, but these streams are super chill, man. We're just gonna chill out today. You know, we did a long stream yesterday, man. If you are a painter or wanting to paint or anything, man, definitely ask. Have any questions or anything? I'm not the best. I'm still learning a lot, but I post. I have a painting channel where I post all my, where I post. Well, I guess not all, but a majority of my videos, my shorts. I have like little mini tutorials that I post. I always post like the colors, the techniques that I use, stuff like that. Like I said, I'm not like a main painter, I guess. I do this as a hobby. I don't really play the game very much, but I am interested in the game. I just mostly haven't had anybody like teach me or whatever, but anyway, yeah, so yeah, with all that being said, I'll try to narrate everything I do to a certain degree. I'll show you guys all the colors and everything I'm using. So if anybody's curious in anything that I'm doing, yeah, you can check out my Instagram, you can check out the YouTube. I post like all my models and stuff. So as far as what we are painting today, we are going to be painting Horus. Going to be painting this guy. Whoa.
Horus ascended.
I think today, man, we're gonna be focusing on some non-metallic metal. I believe so. Gonna be doing more of the gold trim. Eventually I'll get to the claw, and eventually I'll get to the mace, you know. Today I kind of just feel like painting some gold. Alternatively, we could paint the bear or whatever the fuck this is. Let's start with gold and we'll see how far we get. Non-metallic metal usually takes me a long time to paint. They call it non-metallic metal because I'm trying to use non-metallic paints to make it look metallic. Oh, it's a War Master's Talon. Okay, I'm new to Warhammer paint. I got a Vulcan Histon. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yo, you got a Vulcan, brother? Dude. I literally just assembled a Vulcan myself, man. I did. That's a resin model, too. If you're if you're too nervous to paint him, what I would recommend is you buy like a starter kit, right? You can usually get like a starter kit for like $30 or something. It comes with like 3 Space Marines. You just practice painting a salamander on those guys because those guys you typically won't give a shit about, right? So you want to like this is just what I do, but for like this guy for example, I already had a plan when I wanted to paint him. So because I already had a plan, I know that what I'm going to do, it's a high chance of success. Whereas, let's say like I wasn't sure what color to paint this this bear or whatever, right? I would practice it on another model first, and then I would do it on the model that matters. Oh, wait, the chatter has an. Oh, so you got this one. Hold on, wait. Wait, so you got this guy? Yeah, I got one of him too, bro. This guy's fucking sick, man. The chat, yeah, okay. Well, everything I said still stands. So, yeah, I wouldn't know Helma too. Yeah, everything I said still stands though. So, you can get, so there's this pack of like 10 blaster Marines. It's really good because it just has like basic Space Marines. You could practice, I would say practice on them first. If you check the painting channel, I actually have a salamander recipe that's pretty good. Or you could just like Google it or check out another channel. The salamander recipe I have is this. So when I paint my Vulcan, it's going to look like this. This is how I paint my salamanders. So I have step by step how I painted this thing. So if you like this, you can check out the YouTube video on that. Or you can, like, if you're nervous or something, you could check out another one. But I would say definitely practice on one before you paint one that matters. That's what I always do. Yeah, that's what I would say. Okay. Okay. Oh, you have some blade guard you don't care about? You know, honestly, you can also practice on a base too. Like you take a base and you practice your colors on a base. So for example, when I was learning to paint space, I practice on a base. Like just a, you know, just one of those like black bases and shit. I would say that. Okay. Anyway, guys, okay, so let me turn this off. Let me turn this off. Okay, so what do you guys... Okay, so I do want to listen... I want to listen to some Horus lore because I need to... Like, I would like to know more about him. So we have... We have this one by Janovich. It's 2 hours. Horus Heresy Explained by More Lore. There's a Luton video, but I don't think it's Horus specific. The channel from last time. So the channel from last time was Luton. I will search. I don't think he has. Yeah, we're gonna paint today. A lot of videos either aren't Horus specific or too short to last. Oh no, we can watch multiple. Yeah, we can watch multiple. Like I'm not worried about a single video. So okay, why don't we start with this one? We start with this one, and then maybe instead of Horus, maybe if I put in that. Yeah, this is the one we watched. Okay, how about we do this? All right, so let's you know what, man? Let's watch this one first, and then after this one, we'll watch the this 2 hour, I guess. Cuz this is about Horus himself. Yeah. Let's try this first. Okay, so let me make this bigger. All right, is that big enough, you guys think? Is that big enough? Oh, awesome, Tanius. Awesome. Yeah, the short should be pretty good. Like, good as in, like, quick and to the point. Okay, so this is good. Can I summon? Yes. Okay. All right. I know I just did this, but BRB, just real quick. Get comfy, grab a drink, grab some snacks, a food, whatever. When I get back, I'll hit play, and then I'll start going over all this. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so real quick, these are the colors I'm going to use. Hold on, let me make sure this is comfy. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to hit play in a second. I just want to quickly go over this. All right. So I use a wet palette. These right here are just drops of water. The brushes I use are golden maple. My favorite, here, I'll just show you. These are the brushes I use. Golden maple. My personal favorite brush is a 1. A big fan of the 1. I also like a 0. Yeah. K-set. The colors we're going to use today, we're going to do Rhinoxide. We're going to do Mornfang Brown. Then we're going to do XV88. Then Everland Sunset. And then you can probably get these colors in Citadel, but I like the bottle of these colors, so I use these. But they are from Vallejo, and it is golden yellow and ice yellow. The Citadel alternative to this is Dorn yellow, and I think the Citadel alternative to this...
Can you shut the fuck up?
Okay. I can't actually remember the Citadel alternative. Okay. Okay, anyway, we're going to be painting some metal today. I will start with the I'll start with this part right here. Because there's no paint on it. I'll start with that. And then yeah, and we'll just go from there. All right. I'm going to start the video. Do you put the metal ball in your paint pots? Hold on. Can you hear that? The answer to your question is yes. Okay. And in addition to the metal ball in the paint pot, I don't know if this will stretch all the way over here, but I went out of my way to buy a paint mixer. I went out of my way to buy a paint mixer, bro. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but yeah. Yeah. But I use both. Yeah. It's very important. It's very important to break up the paint, man. You guys can hear this actually? Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Let me shake these up real quick. But yeah, I have a bunch of ball bearings. Yeah, if you're gonna use Citadel, I would definitely put ball bearing in there. I don't know if I have a ball bearing in this one, actually. I don't hear it. But I do now. Excuse me. Okay. All right.
Starting the video in 3, 2, 1.
Has come for us to take the war to the Emperor in his most impregnable fastness. We will make immediate preparation for the invasion of Terra and an assault on the Imperial Palace. Make no mistake, and it will be ours, my brothers. This will be no easy task, for the Emperor and his deluded followers will fight hard to prevent us from interfering with his plans for godhood. Doubtless, much blood has yet to be spilled, theirs and our own. But the prize is the galaxy itself. Are you with me?
The Primarchs of his Imperium would exemplify the pinnacle of human creation. Demigods among mortal men, these titanic figures of the Imperium would lay the path for peace, paved with the bones of the enemies of the Emperor. Yet while each Primarch would be legendary in their own right, one would be chosen as the first among equals, and despite his favor, damn humanity's future. The Primarch of the 16th Legion, Horus Lupercal. Much of the origins of the being, known as the Lupercal, would be shrouded in mystery. Yet what is known is that the Primarch of the 16th Legion would be spirited to the planet of Cathonia during the scattering of the Primarchs by the ruinous powers. A mining world within close proximity to Holy Terra, the harsh environment of the young Primarch's homeworld would be rich in precious minerals. Ruled by tech-barbarian criminal gangs, the Primarch of the 16th would quickly adapt to the now post-industrial hive cities and barren mines. Developing a rough, Chthonian accent from the inhabitants who influenced his youth, the Primarch would thrive among the violent gang wars of the planet until his ascension as a unifier of the disparate syndicates of the planet. Recorded by Imperial records as the first Primarch to be found by the Master of Mankind, it would not take long for the Emperor to reunite with his protege. Swiftly taken under the wing of the Emperor,
I didn't know that actually Horus was the
Horus
first.
Lupercal would be mentored in the methods of waging war and be privy to the Master of Mankind's plans to reunify humanity. As the Emperor formed alliances with the Mechanicum of Mars and began his conquest of the stars, Horus would learn from his father's conquests and prove a capable leader in his own right. Installed as the commander of the 16th Legion, the Lunar Wolves, Horus would stand by his father's side for 30 Terran Standard years during the beginning of the conquest known by history as the Great Crusade.
Oh, Lunar Wolves was before Black Legion.
Drafting recruits from the rabble of Cathonia, Horus would mold his legion into the sharp claws of the Imperium's war machine. Their namesake proclaimed by the Master of Mankind, the Lunar Wolves would strike fear into the hearts of the Imperium's foes. With compliances gained as the momentum of the Great Crusade continued after 30 years of campaigning, reports of another Primarch's discovery would soon reach the notice of the Emperor. Granting Horus full command of the Principia Imperialis, Horus's first great test would be to continue the Great Crusade in the Emperor's absence. Proving his capabilities, Horus would continue to earn the favor of the Emperor, as each of his lost brothers would be brought into the fold of the Imperium. Yet with each of his brothers' appointment to lead their legions in the wake of the Lupercal,
oh, there's
Horus
Guilliman.
would resolve to remain as the Emperor's most favored son. For 200 years, the Lunar Wolves would continue to bring worlds into compliance. Gaining the respect of each of their brothers, the deeds of their legions would not surpass the grandeur and glories of the vaunted 16th. Given opportunities to fight alongside his brothers in joint campaigns, Horus would combine the strengths of the legions in order to synergize and complement their specialities in warfare. A charismatic leader, Horus's legendary charisma would embolden the deeds of every subject of the Imperium and further increase humanity's dominion across the galaxy. Engaging newly conquered worlds in diplomacy, enshrined in the cultural traditions of each unique world, Horus would treat with the new subjects of the Imperium in the manner befitting a venerable orator and statesman. Gifted an innate mastery of psychology, Horus would bring worlds into compliance, utilizing minimal bloodshed by exploiting the hopes and fears of non-compliant civilizations. Empowering the most virtuous traits among his brother Primarchs and the subjects of his Imperium, Horus would facilitate the utmost efficiency in deployment of the Legiones Astartes and Imperial army forces. Spurring the legions to ever greater proficiency and strength, Horus would sow the seeds of rivalry between rival legions in order to hone their potential.
Okay, basically... Okay, sorry, I don't mean to cut the video, but basically all I'm doing is I'm just putting on Rhinoxide as a base coat. That's it.
Deeds which would prove fatal in stoking hatred among the Legiones Astartes in the years to come. Yet despite the ever-nearing culmination of the Great Crusade and unity thriving among the Legiones Astartes, a singular overwhelming threat loomed. The greenskin menace had spread like a plague among the stars. The largest empire of the Orc Xenos ever recorded had cut a sway through the Imperium strongholds, led by their overlord, Erlak Erg. Rallying the Legiones Astartes, the Emperor would push back the greenskin tide with Horus at his side, as each Primarch brought their might to bear against the Xenos menace. Driving the Orcs back to the Ulanor system, the Emperor would end the threat of the Xenos before their numbers could once again burgeon. Deploying 100,000 Astartes and 8 million Imperial Army soldiers upon the world of Ulanor Prime, the Lupercal would lead the final battle of the Ulanor Crusade. Leading his lunar wolves and army regiments under his command to distract the Orcs upon the greater battlefield, Horus would assault the great tower of the Orc capital. Alongside his elite Justaeran First Company, Horus would face the Orc overlord upon the peak of the tower, and after besting the creature in single combat, cast its body from the tower. As its great carcass crashed and split upon the soil of Ulanor, the Orcs would panic and be slaughtered by the lunar wolves. The Lupercal had proven to be the catalyst for the culmination of the Ulanor Crusade and bested its champion. For his great victory, the Emperor would honor Horus for his deeds. Given the title of War Master by the Emperor, the new Commander-in-Chief of the Great Crusade would be gifted the Power Mace, Worldbreaker, as his new badge of office.
Oh, fuck,
The 16th
okay.
Legion would be renamed as the Sons of Horus for their valor, and bear their new insignia with pride. Horus had proven his worth as the first among equals, and as War Master of the Imperium, lead the remainder of the Great Crusade with the authority of the Master of Mankind. Departing from the Great Crusade, the Emperor of Mankind would attend to his Imperial Webway project in secret, as his chosen War Master continued his quest to persecute the war to unify humanity. Yet with the absence of the Emperor, Horus would be burdened with his new mantle of favor, and begin his downfall from the Master of Mankind's grace. Uneasy with his ascensions above the esteem of the Primarchs, Horus would not be blind to the discontent and jealousy of his brothers. Though demigods among men, the Primarchs were not beyond petty rivalries, to which Horus would attempt to quell the dissent brewing within the Legiones Astartes. Placating his more volatile brothers, Horus would continue his father's campaign under the scrutiny of the many generals of the war effort. Yet despite his accolades and favor, resentment would spark in the heart of the War Master. The Emperor had fled the Great Crusade to conduct an endeavor of the utmost secrecy, as the War Master's victories would be attributed to his father's glory. The newly founded Council of Terror would rule on the Imperium with no counsel from the Primarchs. Bitterness and resentment would take root within the mind of the War Master, to which the malevolent powers of chaos would exploit. The first chaplain of the Word-Bearers, Erebus, would install himself as a confidant.
Wasn't Erebus like a massive piece of shit?
To the War Master, and whisper conflict into his advisements to Horus. Subtle in his twisting of the Lupercal's morality, Erebus would enact the plots of his patron gods with guile and linguistic subterfuge. Manipulating the loyalties of the fraternity of the Mournival within the 16th Legion, Erebus would tend to their resentment of the Emperor's treatment of the War Master. Upon the moon of the planet Davin, such treacheries would unfold. Once a compliant world, Davin had fallen to the clutches of the Plague God through the corruption of Horus's once close ally, planetary governor, Eugen Temba. Armed with the Xenos artifact, the Kinabrak Anaphame, the plot of Erebus would culminate in the duel between Temba and the War Master. Horus would be wounded by the chaos-empowered form of Eugen Temba, the corrupted blade of the Anaphame, poisoning the War Master with an otherworldly infection. As Horus slew the thrall of Nurgle, he would collapse and fall into a coma. Brought to the 16th Legion's apothecaries by the Mournival, the ministration of the Sons of Horus's medical technologies would prove insufficient in restoring their Primarch. The War Master worsened with each passing moment as the
that guy had
virulent
to be
curse
strong
within
to
him
like fuck up a
drained his
Primarch.
remaining vitality. In an act of desperation, the Mournival would enact the Council of First Chaplain Erebus and bring their Primarch's body to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge upon Davin's moon. Warrior lodges had already been installed within the Legiones Astartes by the Word-Bearers in order to further corrupt the Astartes of the Legions, to which the Sons of Horus were no exception. Entrusting Horus's body to the Davinite priests, the War Master's soul would be delivered before the gods of chaos and become corrupted by the rituals and sorceries of the Chaos Cultists.
Damn, so it kind of wasn't even his
Horus's
fault.
soul would be submerged within the Immaterium and bear witness to nightmarish visions of humanity's future. The Emperor of the grim-dark future would be worshipped as a god, and the War Master would be ignorant of his own meddling in this portent of humanity's fate. Portraying themselves as victims with no stake in the matters of the material world, the beings of the warp would entice Horus by fueling his long-harbored bitterness. The
Damn,
specter
so
of
yeah,
Magnus
it
the
wasn't
Red
even, bro, so it wasn't even like entirely Horus's fault, man, because he was like, he got fucked up in that fight, right? And then they tried to heal him, but then they just like took advantage of the situation. Dude, fuck the word bearers, man.
Primarch of the Thousand Sons, would attempt to sway Horus from the path of damnation. Explaining that
Oh,
the
that's
future he
Magnus,
foresaw
bro.
could be avoided, Magnus would beseech the War Master from listening to the whispers of chaos. Yet Horus's jealousy would not be abated, and with a pact pledged in the name of the Dark Gods, the War Master would accept the bargain offered by the ruinous powers. Slay the Emperor, and the galaxy shall be yours. Reborn as the champion of Chaos Undivided, Horus Lupercal would renounce the Emperor and begin his descent into madness. Forming alliances with the Primarchs embittered to the Emperor, Horus would use his charisma to nurture the resentments sown deep within his brothers' hearts. Bringing the World Eaters, Death Guard and Emperor's children into the fold, Horus would begin his great plot to overthrow the Imperium. Dispatching orders to the Ultramarines, Dark Angels, and Blood Angels to the far corners of the galaxy on crusades to delay their involvement, the White Scars and Imperial Fists would prove too distant to influence the start of the Great War for humanity. Purging the Loyalists within the ranks of his legion and those of his allies, the blood of the noble warriors of the Emperor would salt the earth of Istvan free. Despite his efforts to conceal his betrayal from the Emperor, fragments of the Loyalists within the traitor legions would escape the War Master's grasp. Knowing reprisal would be swift, Horus would enact commands to contain and convert the Emperor's legions. Magnus the Red would, in his attempt to warn the Emperor of the War Master's impending betrayal, ruin the Master of Mankind's Imperial Webway project and bring censure to his own legion. Dispatching the Emperor's children to attempt to bring the Iron Hands into the...
Wait, so Magnus was actually trying to help the Emperor? Isn't Magnus a fucking heretic, bro?
unfold, and manipulating the Primarchs Conrad Kurz, Perturabo, and Alfarius to join the traitor war effort, the War Master's mastery of planning and conquest would prove invaluable to his cause. With the aid of the Word-Bearers and persecution of the Thousand Sons at the hands of the Wolves of Fenris, the War Master's gambit would unfold. The resolute loyalist legions of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard would hurl themselves into the fray and for their fervor be crushed. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Tenth, would be slain, Vulcan had been captured, and Corvus Corax had fled. Yet many battles lay ahead for the War Master in his inexorable campaign to defeat the Emperor. Convening the conclave of the Primarchs aboard his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, Horus would address his brothers. With the exception of the Alpha Legion Primarch Alfarius, the traitor Primarchs would begin to deliberate their strategy to destroy the Imperium. Many of their number had already submitted to the thrall of chaos, and in doing so, pledged their allegiance to the ruinous powers. Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, had become possessed with a demonic entity, whilst Magnus the Red had surrendered to the Changer of Ways in the wake of the burning of Prospero. Lorgar Aurelian had unwittingly been a patron of the Chaos Gods from his worship of the old faith of his homeworld, and within the ranks of Mortarian's Death Guard and Angron's World Eaters, the presence of chaos had begun to fester.
Dude, Mortarians.
An assortment of renegades, pawns of the ruinous powers, and psychotic madmen would stand against the glory of his Imperium, with Horus installed as the favored general of the Dark Gods. The War Master would task his legions with campaigns to persecute across the stars. The Imperial Fist Retribution Fleet would be crippled by the Iron Warriors, the Death Guard would attempt to bring the White Scars into the ranks of the rebellion, and the Word-Bearers would trap the 1st, 9th, and 13th Legions within a warp-devised cage. The Tech Priests of Mars would wage a civil war, whilst the Legio Titanica, Knight Houses, and Imperial Army regiments would pledge to join or resist the call to arms of the War Master. 3 loyalist legions had already been broken beyond all hope of restoring to their former might. But the war for humanity would be fought and lost at the throne world of Holy Terror. Yet the Emperor would not stand idle as his Imperium burned, and with the aid of Malcador the Sigillite, attempt to end the Horus heresy before it could gain further momentum. The loyalists to the throne now stood at the knife's edge of the war. Severely outmaneuvered with the annihilation of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard, the Loyalists would be put on a defensive footing. The Imperial Fist would fortify the throne world as the Shattered Legions fought a desperate guerrilla warfare campaign against the traitors. The Ultramarines, Dark Angels, White Scars, and Blood Angels were cut off from the wider Imperium, and the Space Wolves had incurred heavy losses from their persecution of the Thousand Sons. Malcador the Sigillite would begin his shadow war against the traitors, whilst the Master of Mankind tended to the demonic incursions spawned from Magnus's destruction of the Imperial Webway project. The Imperium now faced its greatest trial, for it would take the toil of every loyal soul to deny the traitors their prize, though one weakness could be exploited within the traitor rebellion. Should the War Master perish, the traitor war effort would collapse, for only Horus could unify such a disparate band of duplicitous degenerates. Dispatching the assassin Clades, Malcador would orchestrate countless missions to slay the arch-traitor. Yet with every failed assassination, Horus would be further emboldened in his cause to slay the Emperor. Contacting the Black Shields of the Fangs of the Emperor and founding the Knights Errant, comprised of the estranged and betrayed sons of the Legiones Astartes, Malcador would not relent in his attempts to kill the War Master. Recruiting former Lunar Wolves of the 16th Legion into his clandestine order, individuals such as Severian, Iacton Cruz, and Garviel Loken would seek to exploit the weaknesses known of their estranged legion. Alongside the Primarch of the 6th Legion, Leman Russ, Malcador would plot and order the Wolf King to attempt one final strike against the War Master.
Isn't Leman Russ like insanely
a kill team of the Knights
strong in
Errant would
combat?
board the Vengeful Spirit, and with the Lunar Wolves' knowledge of the 16th Legion, lay a path within the ship for the Space Wolves to assault the War Master's throne room. During the Battle of Molech, the kill team and their commander, the outcast son of Horus, Garviel Loken, would infiltrate the Vengeful Spirit. Captured and brought to the Lupercal court, Loken would face his Gene Father and be given an offer to rejoin the War Master's Legion. Defying his once noble father, Loken and his surviving knights errant would escape from their captors. For his battle brother, Bror Tyrfinger, had lain Futhark runes for his Genekin and enabled a path for the future assault of the 6th Legion. The Wolves would strike during the Battle of Trisolian, and with the aid of Bror, the rout would seek to slay the War Master. Boarding the Vengeful Spirit, Russ would lead his men to the heart of the flagship and strike against Horus. Wielding the Dionysian spear, the Wolf King would manage to pierce the War Master's armor and wound Horus. Forged by the Emperor's own hand, the so-called Spear of Russ would contain a portion of the Emperor's power and reveal the truth to any whom would be cut from its edge. Horus would be cleansed of the corruption of chaos and for a moment return to his true self. No longer a thrall of the ruinous powers, Horus would, despite such a revelation, choose to remain opposed to the Imperium. Rejecting Lehman's offer to return to Holy Terra,
Holy shit, that's
Horus would
Giga
attempt
Chad.
to slay the Wolf King. Yet the valor of the rout would hold true as hundreds of Astartes swarmed the War Master and dragged Lehman's body from the battle. The 6th Legion would sacrifice their lives to save their Primarch, but at the cost of the vast majority of their remaining strength. Horus had been vulnerable, and were it not for the hesitation of the Wolf King, would have died at the hands of Russ. Yet the wound inflicted by the Dionysian spear would send the War Master into a coma, to which he may never recover.
Damn!
The ruinous powers would fight.
Okay, so sorry to pause again, but basically what I'm gonna do is now that I put that base coat of Rhinox hide, so now I'm gonna go in and I'm just gonna highlight a bunch of stuff, man, and I'm gonna try to make it look shiny. I'm gonna start with Morn Thing.
And clamour for the soul of their champion. Deep within the Immaterium, Horus's very soul would fight an endless battle to remain in control of his being, yet his legion would not stand idle. The War Master's equerry, Malagurst the Twisted, would attempt a ritual to reunite his Genefather's soul with his body. Defended by Callus Ecodon, the Twisted Son of Horus would leave his mortal body and delve into the Immaterium. Finding his father's fractured soul, Malagurst would beseech his liege to return to the material realm. Concluding the ritual, Malagurst would impale the wound Horus had sustained from the Spear of Russ with his own Aphame dagger. Sacrificing his own soul for his father, Malagurst would succeed in freeing Horus and once more install him as War Master of the Horus Heresy. Resuming control of the legions, Horus would rally the traitor Primarchs for their final assault of the Throne World. Enacting the Battle of Terra, the traitor legions would descend upon the Sol system, reaping untold millions of souls as the defense fleets of Luna were sundered by the traitors' guns. The traitors would begin their infamous siege of Holy Terra. Days of bombardments would hearken the countless drop pods which rained from the skies as heretics, butchers, zealots and warmongers descended upon the Imperial Palace. Titans unleashed their fury upon the walls of the Imperium's dauntless bastions as billions of soldiers hurled their worthless bodies into the munitions of the Emperor's devoted subjects.
Jesus.
Horus would watch as his merciless harrying of the palace brought ground for his men, inch by bloody inch. For the traitors would not be invulnerable from the reinforcements of the Dark Angels, Space Wolves, and Ultramarines, should their siege tarry too long. The Emperor's forces were giving ground as each minute passed, yet the traitors had taken many losses and could not hope to survive should they be trapped between the palace defenders and the impending retribution of the 1st, 6th, and 13th Legions.
This is where he debates people to come on
The Siege of Terra had stalled, and with the withdrawal of the Iron Warriors, banishment of Angron and Mortarion, and the disorganized Emperor's children indulging in their own debased atrocities, the War Master would not be able to breach the Imperial Palace before the impending assault of the Ultramarines. Challenging the Emperor to face him in single combat, Horus would lower the shields of the Vengeful Spirit, and the loyalist Primarchs Rogel Dawn, Sanguinius, and the Emperor would teleport upon the War Master's flagship and battle to decide the fate of humanity.
Yeah, he debates him here with the lowering the shields.
Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, would confront his once cherished brother and would behold the fell glory of the War Master of Chaos. Bloated with power, should Horus slay the Emperor, he would ascend as the fifth god of the ruinous powers, alike to the birth of the creature born from the downfall of the Eldari. Knowing his fate to be destined to die at the hands of Horus, the great angel would regardless launch himself into a battle to the death against his brother. Damaging the War Master's armor, Sanguinius would be unable to wound the Champion of Chaos, and in the attempt to slay him, fall to the talon of Horus. Finding his noble son at the feet of the War Master, the Master of Mankind would face the Dark King. Proclaiming that he would spare the Emperor should he kneel before him, Horus would bask in his delusion. Yet the Master of Mankind would declare that Horus was nothing more than a slave to darkness, of which there would be no hope of redemption. Bolts of psychic energy would spill from the War Master as he charged into a duel with the Emperor. Within the throne room,
I mean, you gotta give credit where credit's due, man. Horus did not give a fuck, man. He challenges the Emperor of Mankind in single fucking combat, dude. That's kind of crazy, man.
Of the Vengeful Spirit, the two gods of humanity would clash for the fate of the Imperium's destiny. Restraining his immense strength, the Emperor would be unwilling to bring his full might against his once most beloved son, and for his hesitation be wounded by the War Master. Disarming the Emperor, Horus would gouge his father's eye, tear his right arm from its socket, and break the Emperor's spine over his knee. Gloating at his victory, Horus's dominion would be achieved, yet it would be the action of a mortal man who would deny the War Master. Standing between the Emperor and the War Master, the stoic soul would stare into the eyes of Horus and refuse to be cowed. Ripped apart for his insolence by the psychic power of the War Master, such an act of defiance would galvanize the Emperor's resolve. Summoning his remaining strength without restraint, the Emperor would unleash his full psychic might and rend the Dark King from existence. Realizing his folly for a singular moment before his death, Horus would shed a single tear before his soul was eradicated. The traitors would retreat from Terra and be forever shamed for their hubris in attempting to usurp the Master of Mankind.
Yeah, that's right.
With exception
Horus
to the
is like
17th Legion,
dead.
the traitors would disband and fragment into warbands bearing no allegiance to a champion in the place of their slain War Master. The first captain of the Sons of Horus, Ezekiel Abaddon, would abandon his father's legacy and seek answers for his purpose within the tattered carcass of what remained of the galaxy. Horus Lupercal's lifeless body would be taken to the world of Malium and enshrined upon the demon world. Yet the ever duplicitous Emperor's children would, during the dawn of the 31st millennium, enact the slave wars as the scraps of the traitors fought over the dominion of their tattered ranks. Fabius Bile, chief apothecary of the 3rd Legion, would steal the body of the Lupercal and conduct experiments in order to clone the Primarch to once again lead the traitors in their quest to destroy the Imperium. Yet as the Spider conducted his research, Ezekiel Abaddon would return to the 16th Legion and proclaim himself to be the inheritor to his father's failure. Installing himself as the new War Master of Chaos, the Despoiler would reforge his men into the accursed Black Legion and lead them to assault the Emperor's Children Fortress. The clone of Horus would be released from its confinement, and Abaddon would look upon the reborn visage of his father. Armed with the Talon of Horus, Abaddon would destroy his father's seal of office, Worldbreaker, and plunge the blades of his talon within the chest of the clone. Firing a volley of bolter rounds from the Talon's Stormbolter within Horus's chest cavity, the reborn Lupercal would be eviscerated by the blast. The time of Horus Lupercal was over, for a new warrior would assume the mantle of War Master and continue the 16th Legion's quest for vengeance.
Strange is it not, that so many I wish besides me stand against me, while at my back are only the flawed and damaged. I am a master of broken monsters.
Slowly, he began to circle the edge of the great hololithic table, the sound of his footsteps lost in the echoing silence.
I cannot control them, or their sons, and they know it. Mortarion and Perturabo and the rest, they can all feel it. They all know that this war is no longer something that can be guided, only ridden out. But they never understood me, not truly, and they understand less with each passing second. They doubt. They think that I have lost my way. I can see it in their hearts, the pettiness, the pride, the seeds of ruin driving them on, feeding the tempest. With such creatures, must I remake the future?
He stopped again at the foot of the throne and reached out, his hand closed over Worldbreaker's haft. With casual ease, he raised it up, so that the chamber's thin light caught every dent and scar on the polished metal.
1,000 battles, 10,000, 10 times 10 times 10,000, to bring about the new age. All of the certainties of the past torn down, all the beliefs that made them turned to ash. War on every front, stretched across time until none can know when the final blow will come. There is no disaster, for all disasters serve me alone. The storm rises, only so that the thunderbolt may fall. It does not matter how the galaxy burns, only that it does.
Jesus, man.
War Master. That is what it means, my brother. The strength to do what must be done.
This has been a tale of the great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrance.
I'll clap for that.
The chosen
I'll clap
son
for
of
that.
the Empire
Excellent.
would be manipulated through his misguided certainty of his strength. For despite his favor, Horus Lupercal would be proven to be among the greatest betrayers of humanity. Yet in my next transmission, we shall elucidate the architect of the Imperium's downfall.
Excellent.
And the first to submit to the clutches of the ruinous powers. The bearer of the word, Lorgar Aurelian.
Excellent video. The remember insert. Damn, man, that music was cool. Okay. All right, next video. Next video. Let me use the bathroom real fast, though. Then we'll look at the next video. Okay. Wait, some shorter videos of the Emperor and Horus's duel. What about Horus and Sanguinius? Is there like any in-depth videos on that? Like their duel? There's a whole playlist of them. Okay, let me see. Just pinning up a Nemesis Claw Mini from the. Oh shit, bro! Yo, I got a claw right here, man. I'm not gonna paint it today, but I will get to it eventually. Holy shit! Horus versus the Emperor.
Bile green mist like ancient Leviathan.
Holy shit! Okay, you guys want to watch this?
They come to a place where.
Oh, thank you, Fish. Yeah, we're working on some gold today. Yeah, working on some gold today. You want to give this one a watch? Give this one.
Out of banks of sickly mist rise the ruins of the most ancient city they have yet found. Loken feels they have traveled not just.
Hold on, little Horus in here, mostly the Emperor, but his presence is still felt this year. Unstoppable power and emotions. So is this like about okay, this is about Horus, yeah. I just kind of want to like learn. Yeah, this is Horus Oak. Yeah, Horus Ascended. We're just working on him today.
Further into the damaged geography of the inevitable city, but deeper into the layers of its history, too. If it is all the cities that have ever been, blended into one by the tidal action of the warp.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So basically, for anybody that gives a shit, so what I'm doing is I applied Rhinox hide first as a base, and then I went in with Mornfang brown, and I just kind of put in some highlights. So now that I did that, now I'm gonna go in with XV88, and I'm gonna apply more highlights. So that's pretty much just what I'm doing right now. And currently I'm working on this area here. We're just kind of working right here. I guess I missed a part right there, but yeah, I guess I'll do this part and then I'll work on this. Okay. So anyway, so that's what I'm doing right now currently.
Then they
just
are
add more
reaching
highlights.
The primeval heart of it. The parts that man didn't make. Gone, for the most part, are the cobbled streets and peg-tiled roofs, the tumble-down timber-beam houses and stone bridges that, though derelict, showed the handmarks of human construction. Infrequent, too, are the intruding traces of the palace, or his father's flagship, which had become commingled with this realm. There are odd scraps, sections of inlaid golden wall panel, an auramite door, brief sections of Scylla-pattern decking, but they are few, and they seem less like things than the recollection of things kept in the warp's remembrance. Here, now, rise gaunt ashlar columns and blocks of grey diorite, truncated pillars of grim stone and black skeletal flying buttresses that support nothing. All the structures are wrecked, and all are monumental. They rise from the slow, bile-green mist like ancient Leviathan creatures turned to stone by a vindictive Gorgon. Some are caked in acid-yellow lichen, or lurid scarlet moss. They show no signs of human toolwork or terrestrial manufacture, and the scale of the arches and doorways dwarfs even the gleaming golden figure that Loken and the others are following. The sight looks like some citadel that has risen from an oceanic gulf after eons of submerged slumber. Or, perhaps, the fathomless dark waters that concealed it have somehow drained away and left it.
Okay, I'm like...
steaming and exposed, open to the air.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's really hard to follow this. Like, what with the gut punch of a prior fight in the court of vengeful spirit, all from the perspective of the of the companions of. Damn, good night, guys. Good night, Rando. Yeah, good night, man. I think I might swap to this one. The Horus Heresy. Because I'm having trouble following the other one, covering the events from the first couple books about the rise of the War Master. Oh, damn, that sucks. I no longer feel safe continuing making Warhammer content. Holy shit, feels bad, man. Huh. Wait, what? What is this one?
G'day, guys and gal.
Legendary fight. Oh, okay. Legendary fight. Let me watch this one. I like Major Kill. Yeah, I like Major Kill.
If it wasn't obvious, I'm not a very serious person. Most of the things I do or say, my intention is to make someone laugh and or lighten the mood. However, I'm putting on my serious face today to talk about the most ballistic, hectic duel in all of fiction. Two demigods meeting, the fate of the galaxy itself hanging in the balance, a father and son meeting at the climax of a 64-book series, and man did it not disappoint. I just finished The End and Death Part 3 last night, and I knew I had to read this fight firsthand to be able to make a video on it, because it's extremely complicated. The Emperor and Horus fight on multiple planes of existence simultaneously, and I bet those of you who have actually read it still don't really know what the fuck happened. So I thought I would clear things up and dive into what could be the most hectic duel in all of fiction. Before we get started, today is the day. The Big EV2 has officially launched and is available for pre-sale access right now. How do you get pre-access and why would you want it? Pre-access is for Big EV1 purchases as well as members of Dice Dioramas. Pre-access means you get your Biggie sent to you faster, and it means you have first pick of the limited edition Biggie models, such as the 112 scale, 1/6 scale, and the pre-painted Big E's. Not only that, but you will have a discount on everything except the pre-painted Big E. So much winning. So if you didn't get the Big EV1, then you can join Dice and get instant access for as little as $10 a month, which if you then take into consideration the discount you get from that.
Is the quality of the camera good? Okay.
Means your bronze membership is basically free, and it also enters you into winning the Big E Mount Ararat diorama amongst thousands more in other prizes. Seriously, just become a Dice member, trust me. The Big EV2 itself is massively improved over Big EV1, featuring better proportions, new and improved details, 3 new epic helmet variants, and many more improvements. The tabletop scale is perfect for your wargaming needs. The art scale is for those of you that want larger details to paint, and is the good scale for entering into something like a competition. Or you just want to play them on tabletop anyway because Big E was a big boy. Then there is the 112 scale, which is like a statue, very chunky boy, before we then get to the Goliath 1/6 scale for the collectors of you out there, since we're only going to be making 20 of these. These are live right now for Dice members and Big EV1 purchases. Link is below. Today we'll go over the duel between Horus and the Emperor, detailing how it was fought, the lead up to it, how the Emperor was ultimately victorious, and the consequences of the fight itself. Let's get into it. Something that a lot of people don't really realize is that when the Webway project failed at the end of Master of Mankind, the Emperor was like, fuck, and basically just winged it from then on out. Sure, he made a bunch of contingencies, such as the Talisman of Seven Hammers, Malkador as a backup battery for the Golden Throne, and the Grey Knights, but he didn't actually want to use any of these, nor did he think he would need to. To be honest, these were mostly Malkador's contingencies that the Emperor agreed with and helped implement. When the Webway project failed, the Emperor basically just said, "Cowabunga it is." Reading the future became nearly impossible during the heresy due to all the warp flux and time freeze shenanigans. Even the Thousand Sons Cabal of Future Seers were like, "Fuck me, we can't see shit, dude." There was like a gazillion prophecies all floating around, cancelling each other out. And even the guaranteed futures ended up crumbling, so the Emperor had no idea what was going to happen next. Towards the end of the siege, the Loyalists were desperate. Terra was submerged in the warp, traders were attacking from all angles, there was gigantic mega demons everywhere. Once the first traders managed to enter the palace, the lifespan of the Imperium was measured in hours and minutes, not days, which was the original expectation. I mean, shit, time technically froze, so counting became meaningless, but you get what I mean. Hence, when Horus lowered the shields of the Vengeful Spirit to bait the Emperor into attacking, the Loyalists were desperate enough to send the Emperor, Rogel Dawn, Sanguinius, and Valdor to take down the War Master, each of them bringing their own retinue of elite warriors. The idea was that this strike team would teleport together, smash their way through enemy resistance, and then basically just gangbang Horus. However, no one actually knew how powerful Horus had become by this point. Horus actually deliberately gave himself retardation during the heresy to make his mind and power impossible for the Emperor to read. He scattered his consciousness across the warp and only drew it back together at the end of the siege. Smart. This is why he was so useless and spastic for most of the heresy. He literally lobotomized himself. If he hadn't done that, the Emperor would have detected how overpowered Horus was and wouldn't have struck at the Vengeful Spirit. Horus immediately ruined the Emperor's plan by scattering each part of the strike force so they all arrived in different places. The Emperor arrived with his Heter on guard at the farthest point from Horus that he could, most of whom then got mind controlled and attacked their own Emperor, forcing the Emperor to kill most of his best warriors. Rogel got teleported into a pocket dimension, controlled by Khorne, where he was then trapped for centuries, with his warriors being teleported into a nearby pocket dimension where they were then killed by hordes of demons. Valdor and his men were immediately attacked by an endless tide of demons, while Sanguinius was the only one who arrived where he was supposed to arrive.
Wow.
Basically, the plan was for Sanguinius
Horus
to reach
outsmarted
Horus
everybody.
first so Horus could try convert him to chaos alone. In the meantime, Rogel was supposed to fall to Khorne in the pocket dimension, and Valdor was to be killed by demons, or beaten into an inch of his life, and then taken to Horus to be corrupted as well. The Emperor was supposed to be the last to arrive, hence he was put the furthest away and had the biggest obstacles thrown at him. Now, upon arriving and having to kill a lot of his own custodies, the Emperor finally realizes Horus's power, and it was way higher than what he expected. He also gets mad as hell for having to kill his own favorite men. Thus, the Emperor begins absorbing a shitload of warp energy into himself. This begins to transform him into the Dark King, the fifth Chaos God, who would easily be powerful enough to kill Horus, but as a result of that, would usher in an age of ruin where everything would be destroyed. Now, the Emperor was being a bit naive. He believed that he could just absorb a bunch of power, kill Horus, and then let it go and it would all be chill. But the idea of the Dark King was a bit dramatic, but he was being delusional. The Emperor was literally burning so bright that he killed nearly all of his custodians without realizing it just with his aura. It was only when he was confronted by a last person, his oldest friend, where he finally reflected, realized the Dark King wasn't the solution, and let go of his power, the shockwave of which freed Rogel and restored many of his allies back to health. The Emperor was now at the peak of his mortal power, but it was still mortal, not immortal. He then sent Alanius and John away, while he, his last custodian, Garviel Loken, and Litu, who was the first prototype space marine, went onwards to fight Horus. When the Emperor gave up the Dark King power, he also removed the part of himself that was full of compassion and emotion and cast it into the warp. This would later be known as the Star Child, making the Star Child actually canon. He did this because he knew he would witness some pretty dark, sad shit designed to break his focus, and he couldn't let his focus slip for even a second if he wanted to stand a chance of winning. When he finally arrives and confronts Horus, he first sees Sanguinius' corpse. Horus is surprised to see that the Emperor seems unaffected by the scene, which was designed to shake him. Horus speaks to the Emperor, hoping he submits and joins him as he doesn't want to kill his father. The Emperor ignores Horus and speaks to the Chaos Gods directly, enraging Horus, who begins the fight by firing a death beam of fuck.
Damn, that's insane. The fucking Emperor, like, basically sacrificed all his emotions because he knew that that's what fucking Horus was going to use against him and shit, dude. And he knew that if he were to see like Sanguinius's corpse, he would get all fucked up. Dude, the lore of 40K is insane, man.
That's nuts.
You power at the Emperor. This begins burning and hurting the Emperor. Horus is then shocked when Garviel, Leetu, and the Custodian attack him. Not because their attack is effective, but because such weak beings would have the courage to do so. He's especially upset that Garviel is turned against him. Horus knocks them all away, but before he can kill them, the Emperor charges him and the two demigods clash, the shockwave of which sends all of our heroes flying away. Garviel is knocked into a pocket dimension designed to slow him down, so he doesn't witness Horus kill the Emperor. The Custodian is wounded but stays in the normal dimension, and Leetu is okay and chooses to protect Sanguinius' corpse from scavenging demons, which are trying to eat it. Now the fight makes it abundantly clear that Horus is significantly more powerful than the Emperor. When they first clash, the Emperor is knocked back. Horus stands his ground. Although the fight starts mostly equal, it's shown that the Emperor's power is great but finite. Every trick and ability he uses costs him, whereas Horus's power is infinite. Horus keeps saying, it's not the Emperor's power that makes him great, it's how he uses it. While Horus is brute forcing everything, the Emperor is weaving scheme after scheme. It's actually pretty hilarious. The Emperor literally uses every trick, cheap shot, and low blow he possibly can. Now the fight gets a bit silly sometimes and hard to follow, saying shit like, the Emperor dodges the attack by slipping into the 12th dimension, allowing him to bypass Horus's guard and strike him from the 7th angle of despair. Just shit like that. It's also—
What the fuck? Dude, that's insane. What the fuck did he just say, bro?
cheap shot, and low blow he possibly can. Now the fight gets a bit silly sometimes and hard to follow, saying shit like, the Emperor dodges the attack by slipping into the 12th dimension, allowing him to bypass Horus's guard and strike him from the 7th angle of despair. Just shit like that. It's also made clear that the Emperor is made up of many aspects, all fighting as one, whilst Horus is just Horus, all of his power focused on himself. During the start of the fight, the Emperor and Horus's souls are split up into
Okay, sorry guys. All right, so I just put more highlights on, and now I'm going to use XV88, and now I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to identify the highlights and light source even more. So, for this, I guess for this half or whatever, the light source is coming from here. So that means that all of this shit is going to be, I guess, reflected. So basically the light source is like pointing like that. I don't know if you can see, but like that. So yeah.
countless dimensions, each fighting their own duel. In some dimensions, Horus is winning. In others, the Emperor is winning. This seems to have been the Emperor's way to try figure out how best to beat Horus, basically allowing him to run various simulations. However, it seems like Horus was winning almost all of them. In the main one, Horus beats the Emperor, but the Emperor pulls a fast one and slips away. Horus chases him through time and space, thinking the Emperor is nearly dead, only for the Emperor to ambush him and clap his ass, which Horus then quickly recovers from. Eventually, all aspects and dimensional battles reconverge back into the main duel, with the Emperor's energy being nearly spent. Horus begins dragging the Emperor to a Chaos Throne, intending on impaling him on it and forcing him to watch the rise of Horus, maybe even be corrupted. The Emperor is leaning on Horus, one hand on Horus's chest. Horus thinks it's a fatherly gesture of love. See, Horus is extremely delusional during this fight. He is confused why people keep opposing him, and he thinks that they're all stupid. He believes that if he just shows them the truth, they would join him. However, the Emperor wasn't acting fatherly, he was actually draining Horus's power, which he then uses to recharge himself and renew the fight. Time and time again, Horus beats the shit out of the Emperor, only for the Emperor to draw on some vestige of power, or the thing that Horus just beat was just an aspect of himself, not the true version. It was really pissing Horus off. There was one part of the fight where I genuinely laughed out loud. It's when the Emperor is extremely wounded and is holding the Chaos Crown Horus made for him. Horus walks over to him, thinking the fight is done, only for the Emperor to then smash Horus in the face with the crown, splitting open Horus's head and splattering his brains. It was so unexpected and petty, which is why it was so fucking funny. Now that does sound like a pretty fatal blow, but as said, Horus was literally unkillable, so his body easily reknit itself. Time and time again, the Emperor would keep on fighting, well past when you thought he was done. Whether it be because the Astronomicon got relit, re-energizing him, or because everyone on Terra began praying to him, which also re-energized him. But each time he was re-energized, Horus was still too strong. There was a moment where the Emperor even had the upper hand and was hunting Horus, which resulted in the Emperor and Horus playing a card game. They basically played Paradox Billiards Voistrian Roulette 4th Dimensional Hypercube Chess Strip Poker from the TTS series. I'm not even kidding. Now the Emperor is really good at this game, but Horus had
This is like actually insane that Horus was so strong. There was a point in time where Horus was so strong. How did he get these powers? The Chaos Gods, right? That's how he, like, that's why he's so strong. Because this is insane.
invented his own bullshit overpowered deck, which seemed to counter the Emperor at every turn, which allowed Horus to then smack the Emperor in the face with Worldbreaker, the most devastating hit of the entire fight due to the symbolism behind it, which signaled the beginning of the end of the fight. Horus really wanted to put the Emperor on the Chaos throne. In return, the Emperor really wanted to piss Horus off enough so that Horus would just kill him instead, a fate that would be much better for the galaxy than having a Chaos-corrupted Emperor nailed to a throne. This is part of the reason why the Emperor was playing so dirty. He did it so Horus would want to kill him. The Emperor is given one last chance to gather his strength. When John and Alanius return to his side, John hits Horus with a word of Annuncia, a hit so strong it sends Horus flying 40 meters back and landing on his back. It literally takes a minute or two for Horus to stand back up. In the meantime, Alanius gives the Emperor a special stone knife, which is the only thing in the galaxy that could kill Horus due to the symbolism of the knife. Alanius then tries to buy the Emperor as much time as possible, but is then turned into a powdered red mist by one strike from Horus. All the Emperor can do to acknowledge his friend, since he is so wounded, is give him a guardsman card, a final way of acknowledging him. With Alanius gone, Horus grabs the Emperor and drags him forward. Garviel finally breaks free of his pocket dimension and begs Horus not to kill the Emperor. Horus is like, "Fuck you," and smashes the Emperor's skull, killing his father. Garviel is shocked, but then tells Horus that now he has fulfilled his purpose, he doesn't need all of this chaos power anymore. He can let it go and rule his empire as Horus Lupercal, not as a puppet of chaos. After some argument, Horus agrees. He lets go of his power, which really pisses Chaos off, but then he realizes he was tricked. Garviel isn't actually Garviel. The real Garviel is unconscious a few meters away. Garviel turns into the Emperor, and now it's time for their final fight. It's like that scene from the end of the Dragon Ball Super Tournament of Power, where both Goku and Jiren are so spent that they are now just fighting in their raw base forms. The Emperor desperately launches himself at Horus for the final time. Horus tries to reabsorb the power, but Chaos won't give it back easily. They want Horus to suffer the Emperor's onslaught as a punishment for spurning their gifts. See, despite everything, the Emperor still cannot kill Horus. As they fight, Horus still really fucks the Emperor up, popping one of his eyes, tearing out his throat, and just really fucking his shit up. In return, the Emperor shoots a laser beam from his remaining eye that fucks Horus up, but the beams finally also show Horus what he has become and what he has done. He realizes he was just this puppet to doom humanity. He realizes he has ruined mankind's chance for a golden age, and he sees himself how the loyalists see him. He suddenly craves the sweet release of death, but he can feel the Chaos power returning and it freaks him out. And he freaks out, not wishing to return to his previous demigod form. That is when the Emperor produces the stone knife. Horus is dismayed, thinking that there is no way this tiny stone knife can end his life. But Chaos freaks the fuck out, realizing what's about to happen. It suddenly begins rapidly pouring its power back into Horus in a desperate attempt to retake control. The Emperor looks at Horus sadly, hesitating mere seconds before it's too late, and says, "I wait for you, and I forgive you," before plunging the stone knife into Horus's heart. It parts Horus's armor like clay and kills him instantly. Horus dying with a smile on his face, glad it was finally all over. Now some people are confused by what the Emperor meant by his final words. The forgive is clearly for Horus, the final words his son hears from his father, especially as the Emperor knows Horus was merely a tool. The wait for you is either the Emperor saying that they will one day meet again, or it was a direct challenge to the Chaos Gods, saying he will wait for them next time they want to try some shit. The Chaos Gods had poured an obscene amount of power into Horus, and used him as their anchor. With Horus dead, the Chaos Gods were violently torn back into the warp, suffering considerable damage during it. The warp was almost immediately banished from the Sol system, causing all demons to instantly burn and perish, and also completely shattering the morale of the traders. Time that was frozen restarted in violent fashion, and a ton of people died. The traders were mauled so badly by the shock of Horus's death and the vicious counterattack of the loyalists that the majority of them died. It's said that if there was only 30% more loyalists alive on Terra, not a single trader would have survived to flee off-world. The Emperor himself was so brutalized from the fight. Many of his aspects were killed and his physical body was ruined. He maybe could have recovered, however he needed to be put on the Golden Throne to make sure it didn't overload and destroy everything. Even if the Emperor won cleaner, he still would be forced to stay on the Golden Throne, so either way he was in for a bit of a shit one. I cannot overstate how much the death of Horus fucked up Chaos, because they had invested so much into him. When he died, his death meant that they wouldn't really be a true threat to the galaxy for nearly 10,000 more years. It's also just so hilarious realizing that Horus was way more powerful than the Emperor, but the Emperor was just such a sneaky shit who threw out any concept of honor and respect, and basically just aimed for Horus's metaphorical balls the entire fight. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pick up
Dude, that was a really good, that's a really good video, man. Holy shit, that was really good. That was very funny. That was very good. Yeah, that was very good. I like Major Kills videos, man. Yeah, I like this shit. Dude, that was funny, man. Okay. Does she have any other videos on horse? A voiceover? Subscribe. Oh, yeah. Wait, top retcons for 40K. Who is the most powerful character from each faction? Damn. Blood Angels, Horus Heresy lore. Oh shit. Yo, Burge boy. Thank you very much for the gifty, man. I shall thank you in your native tongue.
Waifu Emblem Enjoyer asks, can you tell us the legendary tale of how Mr. Xenosis lost his powerful dreadlocked mane? In the vast realm of Baldinia, XenosysVex, once adorned with a mighty mane, ventured into mischief. One fateful night, he attempted to sneak past a mirror, unaware of its reflective nature. His own mischief echoed back, and with a chuckle, he lost his locks as they fled in laughter. Thus, he became known as the Bold Ruler. For sometimes, mischief costs much more than it seems. A lesson rooted deep in the soil. Do not cross reflections, for they reveal more than you intend. In the end, a smooth surface can shine as brightly as any crown. Venomous mass.
The Emperor was defeated before Siege of Terra. Wait, hold on. Here's another one. Wait, what is it?
G'day, guys and gal. With the Horus Heresy spanning
Oh, from Horus's perspective. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
hundreds of hours of reading across over 60 novels, there is a lot going on. To make matters worse, a lot of it is centered around godlike beings with incomprehensible minds, plans upon plans, moves, counter moves, confusion and mayhem. To put it simply, understanding someone's perspective of the heresy is very fucking hard, but so am I. As someone who has read every single novel, audio drama and short story of the heresy, I'm about as educated as someone can get, so I feel uniquely qualified to talk about the heresy from Horus's perspective. Why did he turn? What was going through his mind? What was he aware of? What surprised him? What were his actual plans? How much of his will was his own, and how much was the Chaos Gods using him as a meat puppet? What was the last thing that went through his head before his father killed him? These questions and more shall be answered in today's video. Before we get started, we were literally like 50 subs away from 700k, then YouTube did that dead YouTube account purge thing that it does here and there, and it wiped like 500 off. Biggest fucking tease. As I've stated, when we hit 700k subs, I'll be doing a drunk charity live stream, and it'll be the most uncensored, honest live stream I've ever done. I'll also be dropping the last ever Major Kill merch drop, which I've been cooking for months now, and you guys are gonna fucking love. I'll be going turbo with it, and I'll also be giving away some insane stuff during that live stream, like some pre-painted biggies for free. Basically, if you're watching and not subscribed, now is the time. Once we hit 700k, I'll never
I am a subscriber.
Also, for those that want some more Major Kill After Dark, more personal content, I do have my Instagram where I post about my various hobbies, piano playing, binge drinking, gooning, gym, and Warhammer. It's a good time. To sweeten the deal, I'll also be giving away a pre-painted Big E valued at $1,000 and no longer available on the market to someone who is following my Instagram and who comments on the latest post. The spicier comments, the better. Maybe you can say like Iron Within, or maybe you say Epstein didn't kill himself. Maybe just say nice cock. Doesn't matter, just be following me and comment on my latest post, which I'll link below. You'll get double entries if you tag a friend as well, and I'll use a third-party software to pick the winner. So subscribe and follow. I feel like I've given some pretty fucking good incentives. Today we'll go over the Horus Heresy from Horus's perspective, from when he first decided to be a bold jihadist until he went kaput. Let's get into it. So I need to make a few things clear. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, is omniscient in Warhammer. It's not like Marvel or DC where they have like 7 tiers of gods, ranging from galactic to universal to outer multiversal or whatever the fuck goes on in those comics. The Chaos Gods are not aware of everything that is going on, nor are they all powerful. Same goes for the Emperor. Yes, some people can see the future, and yes, fate and destiny are elements of 40k.
Wait, you missed Zemo. What are you talking about? Motherfucker, I'm right here.
However, it's been shown time and time again that fate and destiny can be changed and altered by someone with the will to do it. So what I'm saying is that Horus's plan wasn't based on him knowing everything that was going to happen. Some things went very sideways. There were many things he was not aware of, and he kind of gave himself retardation during the heresy on purpose. No, that's not a joke, but we will get to that. Okay, so making it clear there was no, this was my plan all along bullshit happening, let's begin. So a big complaint people have with the heresy is how easily Horus fell. One minute he was father's most loyal son, the next minute he was a fucking terrorist. And yeah, it was rushed, but I'm not here to pass judgment, although I probably will because I can't help myself. I'm just here to see the world through the eyes of a big, bold bitch with daddy issues. Up until the moment Horus was stabbed with the Chaos Knife on Davin, he was loyal as fuck. Sure, he had his ego issues that he hid well, but many of the loyalists were flawed in their own ways. See, the knife wasn't just something that put Horus in a coma and then he got convinced to join Chaos. It was a deadly athame that was literally infused with raw chaos power. These knives were known to make people fall to chaos. Cor Pharaon stabbed Guilliman with a weaker version of the one Horus was wounded with, and he fully expected it to corrupt Guilliman. So Horus was in for a tough one. Now Horus didn't just slip into a coma and wake up a traitor. He would continuously wake up and then pass out again. His ship was using its entire stores of blood transfusions just to keep him alive, and he was lucid for a lot of it, talking very openly and honestly about his insecurities, his regrets, his petty feelings towards his brothers, and so on. Horus thought he was going to die, so he let his mask slip. It was only when all signs pointed to his imminent death and he stopped waking up that he was taken to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, which, if you couldn't tell from the name, is a chaos temple. Again, this temple wasn't just about letting Erebus enter Horus's coma, it was connecting Horus directly to chaos. During the subsequent coma, Erebus disguised himself as Sejanus, Horus's favorite son who had tragically died in a recent campaign. He guided Horus through numerous visions of the future, visions that were accurate but were out of context. For example, he showed Horus a vision of a shrine world with statues of loyalist Primarchs, but no statues of him. Now this would actually happen in the future, but Erebus said it was because the Emperor ascended and made humanity his bitch, destroying those Primarchs who stayed true to the Imperial truth, like Horus, when in reality it was the Horus Heresy that ended up with this all happening. Meanwhile, Magnus also entered the coma to try counter Erebus, stripping him of his disguise and revealing his lie, whilst also trying to kill him with psychic power, as Magnus wanted Horus to stay loyal. However, he was unable to kill Erebus due to the wards he had from the ritual, as well as how far away Magnus was. Now people get confused by this next part. Horus would then rage at Magnus for using warp sorcery because the Emperor outlawed it, doesn't get mad at Erebus for using warp sorcery, then embraces chaos, which is literally warp sorcery. Is this bad writing? Yes. However, it's a bit more than that. See, we find out that Horus just needed a bit of a nudge to turn on his father, rather than a full-on shove or being forced to. Horus believed the Emperor was using him as a tool and would discard him later, handing over the galaxy the Legions won to the unworthy mortal humans. He also believed the Emperor's grand design was to become the god of this galaxy. Chaos then positioned itself as a tool, a weapon for Horus to use, not as his master. Horus had a monstrous ego even before his fall, so all these factors together meant that upon awakening, he decided that he would usurp his father and take over the mantle of Master of Mankind. Now upon awakening, Horus was notably different, but he was still Horus. It's like he had his inhibitors removed and was holding the dark parts of his personality at bay, allowing the ruthless Horus to take charge unchained, but it still was very much still Horus, not some meat suit of chaos. He first needed to get as many Primarchs on his side as possible, the goal being...
Okay. So, now... So basically now, so we got like all this part in the middle. We got this part here, and then this part on the side. Okay. So Oh, also this part up here. All right, so what I'm going to do is, this is the scary part. Basically, everything we've done, now we're going to start adding like super bright highlights. So these super bright highlights, you got to be really careful with this shit, man, because if you're not, you can really fuck it up. So this color here is golden yellow, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Golden yellow. So we're going to do like, or sorry. This is Everland Sunset. Sorry. This is Everland Sunset, golden yellow and ice yellow. These are the extreme bright, and this is the bright, I guess, if you want to think about it that way. So basically, TLDR, this is where the scary part starts.
To basically gain as much power as possible, as subtly as possible. He would also keep Chaos at bay, only using it as a very subtle tool, as he did not want to give his other brothers the ick as he tried to recruit them. He classified various Primarchs into different categories: will join him, may join him, won't join him. Rogel, Sanguinius, Guilliman, Corvus the Lion, Russ, and Vulcan would never join him. Likewise, he thought Magnus wouldn't either. The rest he believed he could get on side. Out of the Primarchs he knew would be impossible to turn, he sent the Lion to the other side of the galaxy, he ordered Guilliman to muster on Calth with the intent to ambush him, he pushed Lehman to attack rather than arrest Magnus to try to take out two birds with one stone, expecting both legions to kill each other completely. He sent Sanguinius to Cygnus Prime in order to ambush him as well. Likewise, some of the maybe Primarchs, such as Jagadai, he trapped with warp storms to keep them in place until he could approach them on his own terms and convince them to join him, or easily destroy them if they refused. The goal was basically riz everyone he could, then isolate or kill off those he couldn't, meaning he could just beeline to Terra with only a handful of loyalists out in the galaxy that would not be enough to save the Emperor. If the plan worked, it honestly would have been a very quick and easy win for Horus, but as we know, the plan did not work well at all. Horus started with the easy wins and conversations. After all, if he went for a risky one first, like Jagadai, and then if Jagadai said no and told the Emperor, the gig would be up. He knew Fulgrim was being cooked by the Slaneshi sword, so he spoke with him directly and convinced him. Fun fact, Fulgrim almost killed Horus and ended the heresy at the beginning, but the sword overcame him and stopped him. He also knew Angron and Kurz would join him happily, if for nothing else than to wreak mayhem. For Perturabo, he needed to be cautious, seizing the opportunity just after the raising of Olympia, when Perturabo was most vulnerable, telling Perty he would be forgiven for Olympia and they would appreciate him like the Emperor never did. Lorgar was already a Chaos boy, so that was easy. Alpharis unexpectedly pledged to Horus with no convincing required, something that made Horus suspicious, but he accepted the pledge regardless. Mortarion was surprisingly easy to convince. Morty held intense resentment towards the Emperor and saw the Emperor as a tyrant, as a new version of his old father. Horus was able to exploit that easily, with Mortarion becoming one of Horus's most steadfast allies. Remember, during these periods, Horus wasn't just jizzing out shadow magic. The effects of Chaos on the legions was very subtle and slow, especially at the start. Horus now had enough numbers to begin. He initiated his plan, putting each piece in place exactly where he wanted them to be, even securing the loyalty of Mars by giving them STCs and promising them they could do whatever fucked up forbidden tech voodoo they wanted to that the Emperor had originally outlawed, which resulted in the traitor legions getting extra ammo and weapon stocks whilst the loyalists were getting less, and the traitors also getting access to a new armor-piercing bolt shell designed specifically to kill Space Marines, something the loyalists did not have. Horus was a smart cookie. The next phase was to purge the loyalists from the traitor legions. After all, many of the Marines, even within Horus's own legion, were more loyal to the Emperor than they were to their Primarch, especially the Terran-born who had fought under the Emperor directly. Through very intense and subtle investigations, about 1/3 of each traitor legion was designated as too loyal and were marked for death. Some legions carried this out subtly over time, such as the Wordbearers. Others barely had any loyalists left to begin with, such as the Night Lords. However, for the World Eaters, Emperor's Children, Sons of Horus, and Death Guard, their loyalist elements were sent to Isfan III in a mock compliance, during which they were then virus bombed. However, due to the bravery of Soltavitz and the honor of Nathaniel Garo, this did not go to plan. The first domino of Horus's demise had fallen, as the loyalists on the world were warned of the attack, and most of them managed to get to cover. Likewise, Nathaniel Garo managed to take control of his ship, the Eisenstein, and escape the Isfan system in order to warn the Imperium. Things were further complicated when Angron and his legion landed, without being ordered to, on the world to engage the loyalists in battle. battle, something Horus hated as he would have happily blown up the planet from orbit and moved on. However, with Angron committed and refusing to back down, the rest of the traitors had to join as well. What ensued was months of bloodshed as the Loyalists held on desperately, killing thousands of traitors. It was a big setback for Horus as it gave time for the Loyalists to be informed of the heresy and prepare their counterattack. Likewise, another failure was Fulgrim trying to turn Ferris to the traitors' cause and failing miserably, something that enraged Horus as he was desperate to have Ferris on his side. Now Horus had to adapt his strategy and he did so brilliantly. He knew that due to the way he had positioned the other Loyalists, the Imperium would only be able to send the Raven Guard, Salamanders and Iron Hands to ISFUN-5, with the only other close enough legions being those already sworn to Horus in secret. We all know what happens next. The ISFUN Dropsite Massacre. In one fell swoop, Horus eliminates Ferris, captures Vulcan and scatters Corvus, while also killing 90% of the 3 Loyalist legions. Not bad for something that wasn't a part of the original plan. Horus wanted to try get things back on track. After all, there had been some delays. He did not want a protracted war. He wanted something fast and definitive. Lorgar and Angron were sent to Ultramar to initiate the Ruin Storm, whilst a large force of Wordbearers went to go try kill the Ultramarines on Calth. Sanguinius was gaslit into going to Cygnus Prime by Horus, where huge demonic armies were waiting for him. The Night Lords were sent to go slow down the Lion. They had no chance of beating him, but their hit and run skirmish tactics would be perfect at slowing down the Dark Angels. Fulgrim gaslit Perturabo into following him on a side quest. Magnus and Lehman had smashed each other, with the Wolves faring better than expected due to the Custodes, and the Alpha Legion ran off and started doing their own shit. As for Horus, with his brothers now out of his presence, he begun to get more and more submerged in chaos, becoming this dark, scary, monstrous being. But again, still Horus. He knew not everything would go smoothly, since he also knew that many of his brothers were unreliable, but not everything had to go smoothly. He had tipped the scales far enough in his favour to allow for variables, and he also had a contingency. All that really had to happen was for the Ruin Storm to be created. The Ultramarines being victorious on Calth, the Dark Angels beating the Night Lords, the Blood Angels surviving Cygnus, the White Scars becoming Loyalist. These were unfortunate, but acceptable. However, Lorgar and Angron creating the Ruin Storm was essential, and they did succeed. The galaxy was cut in half, with the traitors able to pass between the two halves easily, whilst the Loyalists were trapped on the far side, away from Terra, which only had the Imperial Fists on it. Now Horus knew that even with the superior numbers, the Emperor would fuck them up anyway, so Horus had to ascend in power. He gathered Mortarion to him, alongside Fulgrim, and invaded Molech, with the intention of claiming the warp power within it for himself. Horus again used master strategy to overcome the Loyalist defenses, which were mighty, and entered the warp portal. Horus would spend approximately the next few thousand years in the warp, waging war, leveling up, gaining power, proving himself, until the Chaos Gods deemed him fit and returned him to real space, in which only a second had passed. Horus was deeply changed and was shocked that his sons were still there, as for him it had been millennia. Horus had now been leveled up big time. Basically entering the portal in Molech expanded his vessel so that Chaos could now pour way more power into him. If they had tried to pour the same amount of power into him without him entering Molech, he probably would have exploded. With the power of Molech secure, Horus was ready to attack Terra. However, his retarded brothers were not. Angron had turned into a demon who was rampaging with his legion. Fulgrim was also a demon but had gotten bored of the heresy and instead entered the webway, allowing his legion to be scattered into warbands. Magnus was still neutral and hiding on a far-off world. The Alpha Legion were doing some random shit. Conrad had also abandoned the heresy after he was freed from captivity, with the Night Lords scattered into warbands as well. It was only Lorgar, Perturabo, and Mortarion who remained steadfast. However, as Horus was preparing to muster, something very unexpected happened. He was first raided by his son Loken and a small band of warriors, then he was full-on ambushed by Lehman and the Space Wolves, who led a suicidal attack on the Vengeful Spirit. Horus welcomed the battle, unexpected as it was, and dueled Lehman. To his amazement, Lehman actually outplayed him and stabbed him with the Emperor's spear. This wounded Horus, giving him a moment of lucidity and actually split his soul. During this lucidity, we see that Horus has been a traitor not because of chaos, but because of himself. However, with chaos clouding his vision, he is a lot less evil about it. The moment then passes and he beats Lehman down, who hesitated after seeing Horus temporarily freed from chaos's influence. Thousands of Space Wolves sacrificed their lives so Lehman could be saved. Now Horus was not doing so hot after this. The spear wound had destabilized him. He had all this power in him that was clashing with the now noble shard of his soul that had been freed. This caused him to regularly black out and fall into comas, which further complicated things as now there was no present War Master. Despite this, the traitors were still mostly drawn together through the efforts of Perturabo, Malagurst, Lorgar, and Mortarion. However, Lorgar, seeing Horus being conflicted and wounded, decided to usurp him. Using the bound Fulgrim as well as Inkari and the Emperor's Children Legion as special weapons, he would wipe out the sons of Horus, kill Horus, and take over. However, Horus was cured of his divided spirit when one of his trusted advisors, Malagurst, Ghost entered Horus's coma, killed his noble spirit, and then died alongside it, leaving only the ruthless War Master Horus left. This allowed Horus to awaken from his coma and beat the shit out of Lorgar, stopping the mutiny and banishing Lorgar from the heresy. However, the spear wound still bothered Horus, and he would occasionally pass out. Horus was now ready to move on Terra. Things hadn't gone super well while he was in and out of his coma. The Alpha Legion had attacked Pluto, Alpharius was killed.
That's insane. So someone entered Horus's like subconscious or dream or something and killed the fucking good version. That's fucking metal as fuck.
And the Alpha Legion withdrew from the heresy after giving Horus an out-of-date map of the Soul's defenses. So Horus had his legion, the Emperor's children, the Iron Warriors, the Death Guard, and the World Eaters at more or less full strength, with a fraction force of Wordbearers and Night Lords without their Primarchs. However, they were more so a token force, and Magnus had his own agenda. Horus was holding things together by a string. However, his brilliance continued to shine as he was able to overcome the Loyalist forces on Beta Garmin, the last system before Terra. However, he lost the bulk of his Titans during it, which was actually the point of the battle. Horus executed his plan to siege the Sol system, and again, it was a brilliant mix of conventional Legion warfare, spearheaded by the Iron Warriors, as well as the Warp, spearheaded by the Thousand Suns and his own sorcerers. However, Horus also did something strange. He basically lobotomized himself and gave himself dementia. See, he had grown insanely powerful, but he needed to mask that power from the Emperor, so he scattered his mind, spirit, and power, which left behind a somewhat confused War Master.
Thanks a lot,
He
Ash.
knew that he needed to take Terra, but was not aware of when he was doing it, why he was doing it, and he even kept mistaking people for other people, even hallucinating. His mind was basically mixing the Great Crusade and heresy together. Sometimes he'd be lucid when he needed to be, but the idea is that he needed to appear weaker than he was, so that he could eventually bait the Emperor into facing him. Thus, he basically gave control of the siege to Perturabo and sat on his throne. Thus, Horus had barely any input on the siege of Terra. Only when Terra was submerged in the warp enough did Horus replace Perturabo with Mortarion, representing a shift from conventional Legion warfare to now being demonic warp warfare, a move that made Perturabo quit the siege in disgust. As the siege reached its conclusion, Horus drew his power and mind back to himself and lowered the shields on the vengeful spirit. The Emperor, desperate and unable to detect the power of Horus due to the warp interference, teleported on board Horus's ship and immediately knew that he had fucked up, sensing how ungodly strong Horus was. Also, as a side note, Guilliman was stuck outside of the Sol system with a massive armada due to the warp interference, so Horus started making the vengeful spirit appear on Guilliman's senses just to fuck with him. Now, Horus was a bit delusional. He believed his cause to be obvious, logical, and righteous. He also saw himself as an unbeatable god. He believed that Sanguinius, the Emperor, and Valdor would come join him and become his new Mournival. He also believed Guilliman would surrender when he arrived, and he believed that he would only have to execute a few of the loyalists, such as Corvus, who were too stubborn to bend the knee. Horus wanted to rule with his father. Damn, talk about daddy issues. When Sanguinius arrived to face Horus, Horus depowered himself to his normal Primarch form to try convince Sanguinius to join him. However, Sanguinius proceeded to kick Horus's ass and taunt him, which enraged Horus, causing him to summon his full power, and he brutally murdered his brother. Then the Emperor arrived. Horus again tried to get the Emperor to join him, but got enraged when he realized the Emperor wasn't speaking to him or even looking at him, instead looking and speaking to the Chaos Gods, fragile ego and all that. During the entire fight, Horus's daddy issues flared time and time again, allowing the Emperor numerous opportunities to fuck up Horus pretty badly. However, Horus's godlike regeneration meant no matter how many awesome hits the Emperor got in, Horus would always heal. Now the Emperor would play his final card, creating an illusion of himself being dead, as well as an illusion of Loken, who would tell Horus that now the Emperor was dead, Horus could shed the power of chaos and prove that it was he, not the ruinous powers, that was the master of mankind. Thus Horus did so. As soon as he did, the Emperor revealed himself and attacked again. Now Chaos didn't give Horus his power back straight away. It wanted to punish him for rejecting them, so it was happy to let the Emperor spank Horus around, knowing that despite being depowered, Horus was still invulnerable. However, with the Chaos temporarily lifted and Horus looking his father in the eyes as they fought, it finally hit him. Chaos was this evil thing of hate and destruction. He had betrayed, lied, killed, tortured, all for his own ego, all for chaos. He was a slave to darkness, a puppet to bring pain. There was no new Imperium, there was only lies, lies he had helped spread. In that moment, Horus understood what he had done and what he had become. Horus decided that he wanted to die, and he stopped resisting. But as soon as Chaos saw that the Emperor held the Athame, the only thing that could kill Horus, it panicked and tried to flood Horus with power again. Horus was confused. A tiny knife wouldn't do the trick, but he also noticed the panic in Chaos as it tried to flood him with power. Power he tried to resist. The Emperor hesitates for just a moment and then says, "I wait for you, and I forgive you," as the knife plunges into Horus's heart. and then there is nothing as Horus dies, with nothing but regret in his heart. So that is Horus's perspective of the heresy. There is a reason why Chaos chose Horus, and there is a reason why GW hasn't done alternative heresies in Visions or whatever. It's because Horus inherently wanted to betray the Emperor. He wanted to be King Dick, and he wanted to be the Master. He lied to himself so much that he believed his own justifications and lies, only realizing how wrong he was in the last second of his life. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then subscribe.
Excellent video!
Okay, guys and gal, let's get it. Remember, I'm also giving away a pre-painted biggie for some.
Excellent video. Another banger. Another banger from Major Kill. Oh my god, yo Albert, thank you for the bald sub, bro. Thank you for the bald sub. I'm sorry I didn't see that right away, man. Man, I think this is starting to look pretty good, man. Let's try to finish this top part, probably. Yeah. Okay. I gotta pee real quick, guys, man. I'm sorry. I gotta pee real fast. Give me a sec. Oh. Okay. All right, let me oh fuck, man. YouTube Andy, and I'm used to being ignored in your streams. XFFing. Motherfucker, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Okay. What next video. Damn, excuse me. Excuse me. Oops.
Was killed, and the Alpha Legion withdrew from the heresy after giving Horus an out of.
Wait, which one's this one?
G'day, guys and gal.
The burning of Prospero? What is who is Prospero? Yeah, we're gonna watch this one. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to finish this top part. Oh, Magnus Homeworld. Okay. Let me just take a look real quick. Okay.
Got a little bit more.
The Horus Heresy was a complicated time. A lot, and I mean a lot, of major things happened which ended up creating the final result. Did you know that the entire Ultramarine Legion was saved by the desperate actions of a World Eater, Space Wolf, Thousand Sun, and an Ultramarine? However, arguably the most pivotal event in the entire heresy, the event that doomed mankind to only ever be able to achieve a Pyrrhic victory in the best case scenario, was the burning of Prospero. A bunch of mistakes, misunderstandings, and retardation that decimated 2 legions and turned one of them to the traitor's side. It was the mother of all fumbles. But before we talk about wolves murdering the shit out of Egyptian wizards, the 400k major kill merch drop is live right now. We got hoodies in both black and burgundy, featuring a custom design on both the front and the shoulder. It also has a special message on the back that you'll be able to read when you pick one up. All hoodies are unique in that they have like what number they are on the sleeve. Then there's t-shirts that follow a similar vibe and come in the same colors. This drop is very limited. Only 400 shirts and hoodies available, and considering last merch drop sold out within 6 hours, and a lot of this has already been bought by people who signed up for pre-sale, I'd say get in quick if you want to be a part of history. Today we'll go over the burning of Prospero, the setup for it, why it happened, the effects it had on the setting, and whose fault it actually was. Let's get into it. Before we understand how everyone went full retard, we gotta understand why. The Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns have despised each other since the early days of the Great Crusade. This is due to the Space Wolves' hatred of sorcery and witchcraft, which the Thousand Suns got pretty fucking moist about. The Thousand Suns in turn hated the Space Wolves for being massive assholes about their use of the warp, as well as their massive hypocrisy. See, the Wolves use rune magic as a low-level form of warp power they used to create special weapons and have minor impacts on the battlefield. The Wolves claim that the magic comes from Fenris, so it isn't tainted by the warp, which is, yeah, kind of bullshit since pretty much all magic comes from the warp. Lehman and Magnus had nearly gotten into a punch-on over this debate.
That's
However, when
really
the Emperor
funny.
condemned Magnus and banned the use of the warp as a weapon during the Council of Nicaea, it
You ever get they toes sucked asking for a chatter? For real foot massage.
Oh my god. No, I haven't.
Horus smoothed out Lehman's brain to kill Magnus. Magnus' ego is as big as Horus and thought he knew better than the Emperor.
vindicated the Space Wolves and made them feel righteous in their hatred of the Thousand Suns. The Thousand Suns, on the other hand, thought the Council of Nicaea was some absolute bullshit, the Emperor caving to the will of the ignorant in order to appease them rather than him genuinely wishing the outlaw of the use of the warp. After all, who was a greater psyker than the Emperor himself? As such, the Thousand Suns continue to practice sorcery, however they begun doing it in secret. With Magnus now really full of himself about his warp power, he scries into the future and he sees that Horus will most likely turn to chaos. As a last-ditch effort to stop this, he astrally projects himself into Horus's artificial dream that came about when Horus was put into a coma from being wounded with a lethal chaos knife. After Magnus navigates through Horus's strange wet dream fantasies that mostly involve people rubbing his shiny bald head, he finds Horus and does his best to tell him that Erebus is a fucking shithead and that selling your soul to the forces of hell is a bad idea. Horus, in his brilliance, disagrees, embracing chaos and becoming its weapon. Magnus is like, well, fuck, time to warn daddy. However, with the distance of Prospero to Terra, as well as chaos stirring up the warp to make it hard to communicate via astropath, Magnus didn't have an easy way of warning the Big E, so he performed a hectic ritual to project himself into the palace. The ritual was a success. However, it blew open the psychic wards that were protecting the Emperor's Webray project, humanity's only chance of beating chaos, wide open. Hence, Magnus's warning didn't really get heeded as he had just fucked over everyone and the ritual killed a lot of people. This had been planned all along by Titsnitch, who wanted Magnus to know that Horus was turning traitor. If Magnus had avoided sorcery, then none of this would have happened, so there's definitely a lesson to be learned here. The Emperor was furious. He summoned the Space Wolves and ordered them to go to Prospero and grab Magnus, bringing him back to Terra for the mother of all spankings, as well as to help him fix the Webray project. Now, a lot of people think the Emperor was a bit of a spurg brain for sending the Wolves. If you wanted to bring Magnus back alive, why send the one legion who would be most likely to kill him? Well, yes, we could just call the big man a retard and call it a day, but if we actually think about it, it does sort of make sense. Magnus had just disobeyed the Emperor's edict, destroyed the Emperor's web ray project, all while fanatically yelling about Horus, the Emperor's chosen son, about being a traitor. Something was wrong with Magnus, and he genuinely could have gone full warp spaz mode. The wolves were extremely loyal to the Emperor, had experience fighting Astartes, and would do what was necessary. If Magnus wasn't going to come quietly, then there was really no other better legion who could defeat the Thousand Sons, slap Magnus in some cuffs, and bring him to Terra. The Emperor also sent his Custodes and Sisters of Silence led by Valdor to back up the wolves, and act as his representative. Overall, he had to be careful, as the other legions he could have sent would either be unable to beat the Thousand Sons, be unwilling to fight them, or might even be sympathetic and join them. The only thing that really did fuck everything up was Horus intercepting Russ, and more or less giving him orders to kill Magnus, manipulating him into thinking it was the Emperor's will. Even with these new orders from his War Master, Russ was still hesitant to just murk his brother. To Magnus's credit, he knew he fucked up pretty bad and was more than willing to accept his punishment, even if that meant death. Unfortunately, he believed that the best way to do this was to cut off the planet from communication, lower his defenses, and send his fleets away, meaning his legion would be unprepared for an attack. What he should have done is stand down and surrender to any approaching Imperial fleet. Examples like this are why the Magnus did nothing wrong crowd are a bunch of fuckwits. Lehman tried again to hail Magnus and ask for his surrender, but after more silence, he decided it was time to act, launching his invasion. The start of the invasion was brutal for the Thousand Sons. They were taken completely by surprise, with their orbital defenses being obliterated in short order. Once they got their bearings and formed a defense, the battle began to even out. Sure, they were outnumbered, but Psyker powers are overpowered as shit. If it wasn't for the presence of the Custodes and Sisters of Silence, the wolves would have been pretty fucked. To be able to even remotely match the Imperial onslaught, the Thousand Sons all had to overcharge, basically revving their engines on first gear. As a result of this, a shitload of them would become godlike in power for like 10 seconds, and then either turn into a chaos spawn or legit just explode. In a particularly cool moment, 6,000 Sons of Magnus went up against Valdor and 500 Custodes and Sisters of Silence. Within minutes, every single 1,000 Son had been killed, with Valdor personally taking on 30 of their best bladesmen by himself at the same time, killing all of them and suffering only a single cut in return. Jesus fucking Christ. Speaking of Valdor, why didn't he stop Russ from attacking? He knew the Emperor's will better than anyone. Well, Valdor tried. Just before the attack, he literally said, "There's still time to take him back to Terra. We don't need to attack." And he got into a pretty big argument with Lehman. Lehman was being a dick and trying to claim that Valdor wasn't a true son of the Emperor like he was. So how would he understand the Emperor's will? Valdor nonchalantly told Lehman that his logic was flawed, but he did accept that he was there to assist Lehman, not lead the expedition, so he relented and joined in on the invasion. Onto something funnier, the Space Wolves' dislike of helmets proved to be a massive issue, as the Thousand Sons were lining up a shitload of headshots, making the wolves drop with only one shot each. The more I read about the burning of Prospero, the more it seems like Russ, the Custodes, and Sisters of Silence carried the shit out of the war, whilst the Space Wolves were just running around howling at shit and getting their brains blown out. Eventually, the Sons were pushed back to their final pyramid. At this point, Magnus is like, well, now would be a great time to come out and fight, wouldn't it? Not like before when we had a chance to, just like surrender. Hence Magnus strode forth and Harry Pottered this bitch, casting all kinds of devastating spells. Both legions had gone all out. The wolves had even unleashed their Wolfen, but now it was time for the Primarchs to fight. Magnus understands the rule of cool, so he generated a lightning cage around him and Lehman to have a sick 1v1. To Magnus's credit, he was low-key winning the fight, having to occasionally distract himself by helping his sons in the battle, as well as Lehman's wolves taking a big bite out of his leg. He even punctured one of Lehman's hearts. However, he got his remaining eye cut out for his trouble, then he had his spine shattered over Lehman's knee, Bane style. With his final thought, Magnus accepted Titsnitch's aid, with him and his surviving legion being teleported to safety. Of the entire legion, only just over 1,000 Sons remained. How thematic. Magnus' soul was shattered, which benched him for most of the Horus Heresy. This conflict, as well as his soul shattering, turned Magnus from a noble yet naive loyal son to a mustache-twirling villain and pawn of chaos. The Emperor would try and bring Magnus back to his cause later in the Heresy, but it wouldn't work out. So whose fault was the burning of Prospero? It's everyone's. The Emperor should have sent a more level-headed legion, such as the Ultramarines or White Scars, to bring Magnus back to Terra. Magnus should have told his sons about the incoming Imperial fleet, and that they must go with them to Terra to make amends. Russ should have waited and tried harder to hail Magnus before launching his unprovoked attack. Some credit definitely does go to Horus and Chaos's influence, but overall, the blame lies 90% on Magnus and Lehman. Both of these characters could have made a dozen different decisions that would have resulted in a bloodless encounter, and Magnus returns safely to Terra. Instead, we got an out-of-position Space Wolf Legion, a decimated Thousand Sons Legion who just turned traitor, the Emperor stuck on the Golden Throne without Magnus to help fix the webway, and Magnus now a comical villain. If Prospero was never burnt, the Loyalists would have achieved a very decisive victory over the traitors, leading to a golden age of mankind as we ascend to become a psychic race, under the guidance of the Emperor of Mankind and his right-hand man, Magnus the Red. But no, everyone just had to go full retard. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pick up the 400k merch. By my estimate, it'll sell out at most within like 48 hours.
Excellent
actually know, so
video.
be sure to check it out and see if it's still available. Hit the subscribe button and hit the red subscribe button for more
video.
spicy, flaming hot content.
Dude, these videos are very entertaining, man. These videos are very entertaining. Hold on a second, I gotta go do something in Final Fantasy real quick. I'm capped. Excellent video. A cousin. A cousin. I shall be liking this video. What the fuck is this? Yo, hey Shark, thank you for the resub. Yo, thanks a lot, man. Tier 3, 21 months, man. Yo, thanks a lot, dude. Extra thick. I am now tier 3. Oh shit, let me see. One sec. Okay. No. The Q&A with the devs is tomorrow, man. Yeah, that's what tomorrow. Hold on. Wait, did you link one? Dark Mechanicus? Oh my god.
G'day, guys and gals.
Okay. Okay.
In Warhammer 40k, it's generally pretty easy to see who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. Spikes,
I have not yet
horns,
watched that video.
Poor dental hygiene
I want to
indicate
though.
bad. Gold,
I do want
blue, or clean indicates good, just as a general rule of thumb. However, this line between identifying good and bad becomes blurry when we compare the good Mechanicus with the bad Dark Mechanicum.
Yeah, I
to help
want to.
distinguish between the two, just remember that the faction that lobotomizes innocent people.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I pretty much got a lot of highlights and shit done on this panel as well as this panel. So now I'm gonna add another layer. I'm gonna add another layer. This is like the super bright highlight, and then this is the brightest highlight. So right now we're on super bright.
To turn them into cyborg slaves while working their lower class to death in appalling conditions are the good Mechanicus, whilst the faction that wanted freedom from a tyrannical overlord who took away their sovereignty by lying are the evil Dark Mechanicum. Puh. See, really easy. Those Dark Mechanicum folks are a disgrace. You ever wonder how the traitor legions still have knights, titans, and armor despite how disorganized they always are? The Dark Mechanicum is the answer. Before we get started, the latest and greatest major mini I released last week, the King Orc, sold like a hooker at a Viagra testing clinic. We sold out within a few hours, and a lot of you guys and gal have asked if they'll come back because you missed out. But as I said, there was and only ever will be 100 of the true scale King Orcs. However, as of today, you can now pick up the significantly smaller King Orc at a fraction of the cost. The new King Orc is about the size of a Primarch, so it would be a great proxy for an especially large war boss. Available from the store now. It's been great to see people get their major minis painted and sent to me for the $10,000 painting competition. Max, with his awesome take on the Shark Daddy, giving him a new bony tribal appearance. Sio, who converted his Terminator Lord into a corny boy, even giving him his own warband. Brad, with his simple yet clean Nightlord scheme. Aaron, with his Lord of the Night Nightlord scheme. Remember guys, finishing the bases and taking a good photo is just as important as a good paint job. Today we'll go over the lore of the Dark Mechanicum and the Schism of Mars, detailing why about half of the Mechanicum broke away from the Emperor's realm, what happened when they did, and what they're currently up to. Let's get into it. The cutesy Zero Ethics toaster fucker Mechanicus that we all know and love today is quite different from the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy era Mechanicum. It's now considered a sub-faction of the Imperium rather than an ally and vassal that it used to be. The Mechanicum of Mars had existed for thousands of years before the Emperor swooped in and yoinked their sovereignty using a magic trick. They were a proud people, technologically advanced, and one of the few pockets of humanity that were able to overcome and triumph over the Age of Strife. They had their titans, knights, Skitarii, and battle robots for centuries before the Emperor came. The point I'm trying to make is that they stood on their own 2 feet, or 8 feet, depending on how hard they were cosplaying as their favorite Bionicle. When the Emperor came to them, he needed their forges to build his weapons, vehicles, ships, and literally everything else. However, Mars isn't just going to give some random dude all their shit, no matter how beautiful they may be. Hence, when the Emperor came, he fixed the machine Jesus style, and more or less convinced most of Mars that he was the Omnissiah, a mythical avatar of their machine god who was promised to one day come and lead Mars into a new golden age. With him now appearing as their Jesus, they bowed to his will and created the tools of his conquest. However, there were some that believed him to be a liar, a powerful psycho who had tricked Mars into thinking he was their chosen one. They didn't speak of this out loud, as the other Martians would have destroyed them as a heretic, or the Emperor would have crushed them with his armies, but that resentment was still there. A good question people ask, was the Emperor actually the Omnissiah, or did he just lie out of his ass? Well, you could say both. Mars gained its technological supremacy due to the fact that the Emperor knocked out and buried a fuck-off massive shard of the Void Dragon, the Catan god of technology, under Mars. Then the Void Dragon's dreams saturated the planet and made the people more intelligent. So technically, the Void Dragon is the Omnissiah, with the Emperor just knowing how to take credit because he set the whole thing up. However, if you are the one that used the Void Dragon as a tool, you have created the Cult Mechanicum. So would you not be the Omnissiah? It's an interesting debate. However, regardless of the technicalities,
I'd like to paint another one though.
The unfaithful Martians had a point. The Emperor was lying in some capacity in order to use the Martian
Loco,
forges.
I have realized
These
that.
Martians, which included the leader of Mars, the fabricated General Kelborg Hull, bided their time. They couldn't risk open rebellion. However, when Horus Lupercal, the War Master, drank the Chaos Kool-Aid and declared jihad on the Emperor, Mars officially declared for Horus. Yes, that's right, the Mechanicum joined the traitors' side, making it once again a bit of a head-scratcher how the traitors lost. The Mechanicus didn't turn away from the Emperor just because of the Great Lie of Mars, as it's called. Horus offered the Fabricated General a number of things. Firstly, Mars would truly regain its sovereignty. All Imperial forces would leave Forge Worlds alone to their own devices. Secondly, Horus gave the Fabricated General 2 extremely valuable STC shards. For context, the Mechanicum would and has blown up Imperial worlds if it meant getting one of these, and even once gave 2 guardsmen an entire world to say thank you for finding them a low-level STC shard that taught them how to make sharper knives. Thirdly, Horus would remove all restrictions on experiments and technology, meaning they could fuck around with the stuff that the Emperor had explicitly banned, like AI. This part is important as it is one of the defining features of the Dark Mechanicum. And finally, he would give them the access code to a secret vault that was full of extremely no-no banned technology that the Emperor had sealed forever. You know shit is evil and powerful when it gets sealed away instead of destroyed. With this generous offer combined with the Fabricated General's own resentment towards the Emperor, the Mechanicum joined Horus's cause. This obviously didn't go over super well with many of the Martians who believed the Emperor as the Omnissiah. Although Mars officially declared for Horus, about half of the Martians rebelled, aiding the Imperium and waging vicious wars on the surface of Mars. Enough Martians were able to get to Terra that they were able to create an entirely new and advanced Astartes battle plate in time for the Siege of Terra. The Mechanicum were a massive asset to the traitors, directing supplies away from the Loyalists, bolstering traitors, and causing an all-round ruckus. One of the main reasons why the Istvan Dropsite Massacre was such an overwhelming victory for the traitor legions is because the Mechanicum had recently created armor-piercing bolter rounds that were designed to kill Astartes. So during the battle, each traitor bullet was worth about 3 Loyalist bullets in terms of damage. The true birth of the Dark Mechanicum wasn't this treachery, however. It was when Kelbor Hal opened up the vaults of Moravec, which were the no-no sealed vaults that I discussed before. In the vaults was warped-infused technology, a lot of chaos, and insane viruses. When Kelbor embraced the technology and its tainted code, it unleashed literal chaos all across Mars. Computers started playing hentai on full blast, fleshlights grew teeth, and it was all round a shit time. It also twisted many of the Mechanicum adepts into chaos abominations. They begun making cool shit to help the War Master's cause. However, as we know, the power of friendship prevailed, and Horus's bold, shiny head got splattered as the Emperor killed him and won the heresy for the Imperium. With Horus's defeat, the traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror, leaving the traitorous Mechanicum a bit, vulnerable. With the Loyalist counterattack combined with the Loyalist elements of the Mechanicum rising up, the traitor Mechanicum, which was now the Dark Mechanicum, also fled to the Eye of Terror. Now, one of GW's greatest crimes has been almost completely ignoring the Dark Mechanicum's existence post-heresy. They have no models, bare bones lore, and no real apparent direct impact. However, to their credit, this is kind of lore accurate. The Eye of Terror has fuck all Forge Worlds, terrible mineral extraction efficiency, and not that many people who know how to build shit. On top of that, each Dark Mechanicum adept is a free agent, doing whatever they want or serving the highest bidder. There is no unity of purpose like there is for the newly reformed Imperial Mechanicus. Many of the Dark Mechanicum would rather perform fucked up experiments or shove demons in machines rather than help the traitors' cause. Chaos Knights and Titans are still a thing, which means there are definitely still plenty of Dark Mechanicum keeping things afloat, that's about it. Funnily enough, even though the Dark Mechanicum is kind of right about the Emperor not being the Omnissiah, they think the Omnissiah is a warp entity, an aspect of the Chaos Gods, which is very wrong. Even more wrong than calling the Emperor the Omnissiah. Fuck, I would love to see Mars's reaction to the news that their god is a fucking Xeno. It makes sense why they get such a hard-on for Necron Tech now. They have the same daddy. Other than the philosophical differences, is there really much difference between the Mechanicus and Dark Mechanicum? Is it unfair to call the Dark Mechanicum evil when the Mechanicus also performs fucked up experiments and procedures that seem to exist purely to laugh in the face of ethics? Yes, there is actually key differences. The Mechanicus is an unfeeling, uncaring machine. It values logic, efficiency, and effectiveness. If they do something that seems cruel and unethical, it's merely the unfortunate byproduct of the fact that their method is the best for getting that job done. They do not torture people for fun. They do not build abominations for a laugh. They have a strict red line that they do not cross. That line doesn't exist for the Dark Mechanicum. They will blend 1 million babies in a stadium-sized blender, then use the baby-fied muck from the blend to lubricate the armor joints in their Chaos Knights. Not because it is the best lubricant, but because they are fucked in the head. In saying that though, not all of them are like that. There are many who haven't drunk the Chaos Kool-Aid, however don't believe in the Emperor and like to do ethics-free experiments. Deltrian, a Dark Mechanicum adept who used to serve the Night
Bro, that's a
Lords,
concern.
was actually a pretty cool guy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a Night Lord ship, you wouldn't have been able to tell him any different from any other Mechanicus adept. However, the Mechanicus are extremely embarrassed and hateful towards their faithless cousins, and will prosecute them with extreme prejudice, which is probably one of the reasons why the Dark Mechanicum servants don't like to leave the Eye of Terror often. Getting tortured by a loyalist, fanatical, mechanical hentai monster would be a pretty shit experience. I guess the saddest part about all this is the fact that the original purpose of the Dark Mechanicum was to push the boundaries of science and technology beyond anything that had ever been created. No limit, no red tape, just pure invention and innovation. However, almost everything the Dark Mechanicum creates now is the complete opposite. Warp-infused tech stolen from Xenos or Imperial forces. No logic or reason, no reliable formulas, just sorcery and witchcraft which follows no understanding of science. But what do we expect? The Chaos Kool-Aid has shown to be a great way to become ugly, lose your soul, and become the exact opposite of what you originally intended when you first drank the Kool-Aid. But hey, it's the Dark Mechanicum which creates the gear for the Noise Marines, so we'll give them a pass. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pick up the King Orc. Stunning model, I can't wait to see what you guys and gal do with it. Hit the subscribe button and hit the real subscribe button for more unethical content. Join the Discord for more memes and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Praise. Excellent video. Dude, Major Kills videos are just bangers, dude. You just keep firing them out, man.
G'day guys and gal. The irony.
Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Excuse me. Your videos are insane, man.
Ultramarines being the most generic, safe yet controversial legion is one of my favorite parts of Warhammer. Firstly, because GW managed to make their poster boys an eye roll to many, and secondly, it's because the Ultramarines are anything but generic and boring. They're actually dope as hell with their own unique aesthetic, battle doctrine, and culture. In fact, I would even say that the conversion rate of Ultramarine haters becoming Ultramarine lovers after reading No Fear
thanks for linking
is about
all these.
100%. That book did the Ultra Boys so much justice that I
Actually, let me see. So I'm about done. I just got to put like another, just got to put like a little bit more highlight on here and then a little bit more highlight right here. So it turned out, it's turning out pretty decent, I feel. Yeah, I feel like it's turning out pretty decent.
genuinely want to build an Ultramarine Horus Heresy army. That book was centered around the Battle of Calth, one of the most horrific yet legendary battles in the entire heresy. The Ultramarines taken completely by surprise before managing to turn the tide due to courage, honor, and the love and willpower of two tech priests. It's honestly one of, if not the best books in the entire heresy.
Oh my
God. As we come to the new year, it's time to get in shape.
Situation?
Getting lean and mean isn't that hard.
Wait, what? Yo, what Bricky situation? What Bricky situation? I like Bricky a lot. I like his videos. Thank you for the dono, by the way. I didn't know there was a Bricky situation.
Now I've partnered up with Lumen today to help you. Lumen is a nifty device that you suck and blow on that then analyzes your metabolic rate and tells you how many calories you passively burn just by existing, as well as what macros at what times you should be consuming. Getting lean isn't about doing bicep curls, it's about calories in, calories out, so knowing your metabolic rate is extremely handy. This is the kind of information that will help you get through a plateau, as you now have the power of the Omnissiah on your side. Data is just numbers though. Lumen takes the data a step further and creates custom health plans specifically for you. For example, Lumen said I should start carbing up before lifting so my muscles have more glycogen in in them, and what do you know? Soon after this, I was able to hit a lifetime PB of 150 kilos on the bench press. This isn't just snake oil pseudoscience. Lumen was compared with the gold standard expensive medical tech that does the same thing, and they found the data to be consistent across both devices. So to biohack your health and take a shortcut on your path to leanness, then go to lumen.me/majorkill or scan the QR code on the screen and you get 15% off your Lumen. Cheers to Lumen for sponsoring this video. Today we'll go over the Battle of Calth, detailing its build-up, its key moments and characters, and why it was so awesome for the Ultramarines. Also, there is only 24 hours left before the 2025 lore artwork calendars are gone, as I need to send the order to the printers to make sure it reaches everyone before Christmas. We have sold about 150 less than the 2024 nude cosplay calendar, so at the moment, unless we have that one final push, then we are all forever doomed to be degenerate virgin simps. That value boobs more than 40k lore. Let's get into it. Now, to frame why the Battle of Calth was so horrific yet awesome, the Ultramarines were extremely clean, direct and organised. Their logistics were perfect, their battle doctrine flawless, their honour unstained. They were kind of like the Tau before the Tau. So when they got horrifically betrayed, with the Wordbearers unleashing horrific demons and cultists upon them before torturing and crucifying captured Ultramarines, it was the biggest shock they have ever experienced, and it fundamentally changed the Legion forever. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Horus knew some of the Legions were going to be a bigger issue than others. He sent the Dark Angels away, and then he sent the Night Lords to stall them. He sent the Blood Angels into a demonic trap on Cygnus Prime, and for the Ultramarines, he cut off their communications and ordered them to muster in full strength on Calth. The Wordbearers were then to join them for a campaign.
Fucking Wordbearers, man.
To reconcile after Monarchia. In truth, the Wordbearers were going to try their best to destroy the Ultramarines. They were a massive legion, so Lorgar was happy to send about 50,000 Wordbearers to their doom. He chose those Wordbearers who were full of hate, as they would make good warriors, plus he didn't want such emotional, hateful beings to corrupt his legion. For Lorgar, it was a win-win. He himself did not go, as a prophecy had foretold that if he went, he would kill Guilliman, but it would cost the traitors the war. So instead, he sent Erebus and Corpheron, hoping his old mentors would die as he fucking hated both of them. So it was about 50,000 Wordbearers, a shitload of cultists, over 100 Titans, and a huge Wordbearer fleet, alongside countless demons, who would then ambush 200,000 or so Ultramarines, with another 50,000 Ultramarines scattered throughout Ultramar who would not be involved in the battle. Now, there were a lot of red flags, but the Ultramarines, naive and trusting as they were, ignored them. One Ultramarine sergeant called Donai Thiel was actually under censure and awaiting a stern talking to because he proposed the Ultramarines should train to fight other Space Marines as a hypothetical theoretical. The idea was so blasphemous that he had to paint his helmet red as a mark of shame. Thiel would later be one of the heroes of Calth. When the invasion of Calth begun, it was horrific. The Wordbearers kamikazed a ship that they had stolen from the Ultramarines straight through Calth's upper orbit defense at sublight speed. It ripped through space stations, ships, and crashed into the surface, causing mass devastation. It also released a massive EMP, disabling most of the Ultramarine fleet. The Wordbearers then began open firing on the disabled Ultramarine ships, blowing them up one by one as the crew of each ship watched on in horror. Tons and tons of debris fell to the surface of Calth, causing tsunamis, leveling cities, and killing millions. Calth was a crown jewel of Ultramar. It was a verdant, populated world, and now it was getting turbo-raped. The Ultramarine and Guardsman forces attempted to link up with their Wordbearer counterparts, who they believed to still be their allies, only to then get shredded by point-blank bolter and lasfire. Guilliman was so shocked that he believed it was a misunderstanding. He thought something had attacked them, and then believed that the Wordbearers believed it came from the Ultramarines, and thus were attacking. G-Man broadcasted a signal to cease fire, and that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. There was no ceasefire. Ultramarines were getting gunned down or stabbed in the back by their Wordbearer brothers. Chaos rituals began all across the planet, flooding it with warp energy as they began summoning demons onto Calth. Worst of all, Calth had a special extensive orbital defense network. However, the EMP combined with a flood of Chaos corrupted scrap code made it inoperable. It was controlled by a tech priest who fought with every ounce of his will to keep the orbital defense network together. His wife, or what could be closely considered a wife for a tech priest standard, was by his side trying to save him, but the scrap code and attack was too much. The next part of the battle literally just swaps between different Ultramarine POVs. Heroes of a dozen battles, men of courage and honor, getting slaughtered like dogs. It's extremely depressing to read as engagement after engagement ends in Ultramarine deaths, not glorious ones either. To make matters worse, Guilliman finally realized that this was a premeditated betrayal, and he changed the broadcast to tell all Ultramarines to slaughter the Wordbearers like dogs. This amused Lorgar, who finally appeared to G-Man via a hologram. He taunts the Lord of Ultramar, telling him of the heresy and Horus's betrayal, before then using voodoo to unleash demons upon Guilliman and blow up, venting the Primarch of the 13th Legion into space. Now, it's unclear if this was even Lorgar or a demon wearing his face. However, I believe that it was Lorgar and that he had performed a ritual to be able to manifest, taunt his brother, and then blow up, leaving the rest of the battle in Corferon's hands. However, here is where the Ultramarines strike back. There was a number of scattered heroes who barely managed to survive the initial onslaught. Foremost of these was Remus Ventanus, who would become known as the hero of Calth. After barely surviving numerous encounters with wordbearers, including a Terminator that he managed to take down, he encountered some loyalist Skitarii. They needed to re-establish global communication, make contact with the Primarch, regroup their forces. Through non-stop acts of heroism, they managed to reach a communication station that used ancient tech, hence was immune to the scrap code. With it, they regained contact with various ships and the Ultramarine forces, allowing them to formulate a counterattack. The separate heroes slowly reunite. One of them was a dreadnought who fell out of a ship, called Telemachus, landing on the planet like a meteor, and was discovered by another hero, Ikos Lanyard, who was a legendary warrior tetrarch that was missing half his face, so permanently wore a badass golden faceplate. He was a monster in battle. Another hero was the red-helmeted censured Thiel, who was on Macragge's Honor, the capital ship of the Ultramarines, and even raided Guilliman's personal stash of weapons to find cool gear that they could use to kill the demons on board. They managed to purge the ship and began sending teams to counterattack wordbearer boarding teams who were trying to take over the disabled Ultramarine capital ships. It was during these counter boarding actions that Guilliman was discovered alive. He had been running around on the outside of the Macragge's Honor.
All right, this is the absolute giga scary part. So, I think... Actually, no, it's not.
Without a helmet, screaming in rage as he was tearing wordbearers limb from limb. Thiel had to actively beg his Primarch to re-enter the ship. G-Man wanted to keep killing. With the Primarch secured and
I forgot something.
established, the counterattack began in earnest. However, shit was grim. 4/5 of the Ultramarine fleet was gone, over 100,000 Ultramarines killed. Not good. To make matters worse, the Calth orbitable weapons system had been turned on Calth's sun, with the goal of overloading it and causing it to go supernova, which would destroy Calth. However, not all was lost. The tech priest woman discovered that in his final moments, her tech husband had created an override code which would give them access to the orbital weapons, the code being her name. However, it had to be uploaded in orbit. So whilst Remus and the heroes on the ground fought their hearts out to hold the relay station, Guilliman, Thiel and other Ultramarines teleported on board the orbitable station and fought through the wordbearers. G-Man and Corferon would come face to face, with G-Man getting stunned by a warp blast and then stabbed through the neck with a chaos knife. Cor wanted G-Man to fall to chaos to show that nobody was incorruptible. However, Guilliman ain't no heretic, so he punched Corferon and caved his chest in. The mortally wounded Pedro
God damn!
Men. The code is uploaded to the orbitable platform as Macragge's Honor and other Ultramarine capital ships regain power. The results is the rapists become the rapees, as the wordbearers understand fear and death in the colours of blue and gold. The weapons platform shreds through the wordbearers' fleet as the Macragge's Honor and its sisters rip into the traitors with shells the size of battle titans. The entire wordbearer fleet is obliterated, with only Corferon and perhaps a handful of others escaping, although the sun would not go supernova and Calth was now getting thrashed with solar radiation. As such, its surviving population and Ultramarines went underground, as did the few surviving thousands of wordbearers, as Calth randomly had a very extensive underground network of bunkers, caves and arcologies. Guilliman took most of the Ultramarines with him in pursuing the wordbearers and fighting back against the Shadow Crusade. It would be a couple years before Calth's radiation had dropped enough for its people to be safely rescued, so for the meantime they were on their own. Remus stayed on Calth, becoming its leader and hero. The Underground Wars, as they were called, were grim. The wordbearers kept playing dirty and doing dirty wordbearer shit, like summoning demons, suicide bombings and whatnot. However, day by day, the courage and honor of the Ultramarines was winning. Thiel even spent some time on Calth during the Underground Wars, and he helped push the balance further in the Ultramarines' favour. Eventually, the few remaining wordbearers decided that they could either keep slowly dying, or they could blow up the other remaining wordbearers in a sacrifice to ascend to become demon princes.
This is the final step. This is the final highlight. As I put this highlight on, every time I put a highlight on, it should look really reflective. Hopefully.
And escape the world by being banished. Yep, wordbearers are assholes. Of the 50-odd thousand wordbearers that came to Calth, at least 99% of them were gone. There were a few cool things happening adjacent to the main war for Calth. Malcador dispatched Nathaniel Garro to find and recruit Tylos Rubio, an ex-Ultramarine librarian, to become a Knights Errant, and then he would later become a founding member of the Grey Knights. There was also an extremely awesome Titan battle that took place in the city of Ithraka. Most of the Loyalist Titans were being loaded into orbit when the Traitor Titans struck. The Loyalists were outnumbered and were losing war engines. However, most of their Titans were locked into a transporter loader that was shot down. The Loyalists were desperately trying to open up the loader, while the Traitors were desperately trying to stop them. The few loyal Titans not stuck in the loader fought like the Omnissiah himself was watching, which he bloody may well have been, and they held off the Traitors long enough for the loader to open. The Traitors' war horns are drowned out by the Loyalists, who march forward as the hunters become the hunted. There was also a plan to destroy the entire Ultramarine Legion, most on Calth and the rest on Macragge, by sending the Furious Abyss, a massive Abyss-class mega warship. However, it was taken out due to the heroics of a force of Loyalist World Eaters, Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and even a Thousand Sun Sorcerer. Now, despite the Loyalists technically winning, it was horrific. The Ultramarines lost over 100,000 Marines, most of their fleet and strength. Calth, the jewel of Ultramar, would also never truly recover. Calth was also used as the birthplace of the Ruin Storm, which cut off the Loyalists from Terra. If it wasn't for the Ultramarines being such a massive legion to begin with, they would have been fucked. However, what it did give the Loyalists was a battle-hardened legion of veterans, all of whom had slain traitor Marines, faced demons, and survived against all odds. The newly reformed Ultramarines was a thing of wrath and destruction, managing to match both the Wordbearer and World Eater legions in 2v1 during the Shadow Crusade. Horus rushed to try take Terra because he knew if the Ultramarines caught up to his rear, the spit roast would be fatal. Remus would go on to watch over the destruction of the Wordbearer's homeworld after the heresy as an act of vengeance, with the Battle of Calth being declared not over until Lorgar and all his sons are purged from the galaxy. Shit was hectic. Fucking love Ultramarines, man. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pick up the 2025 lore artwork calendar. This is the final 24 hours.
Excellent video.
None of these artworks have been posted online.
Excellent video.
Subscribe button for more Ultra content. Join the Discord for
Excellent video. Wait, when the custom 14 figure, I'm gonna be getting one. Yeah, I'm gonna get one. Hell yeah, might even paint it. So I'm almost done, guys. So because I'm almost done, I'm probably just gonna like listen to some music or something, you know. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna listen to some music. Let's see. Just some chill shit, you know. If that's okay. Yeah, no, the vids were awesome, man. Yeah, the vids were awesome. I can't listen to the song right this second. This part is always like super scary, man, because this part is always super scary because it's like the brightest fucking highlight, man. And if I fuck this up, this is like one very easy to fuck up. Sorry. It's very easy to fuck up, and in addition to that, it's like the most noticeable shit, I guess. This is what like really sells the this like little step here, man, is what really sells the metal. It's like I can't do it too much, but I have to do it enough. I have to make sure that it's all in the right place. That's the thing. So it's like, it's just very tricky. basically. Oh, thank you, Devil. Thanks, man. This is very hard. I still struggle with stuff like this, man. Yo, Lee, thank you very much for the resub. I'm very happy we can sit here together and show the painting on screen. Thank you for that. Painters. Yo, that's really nice of you guys to say. What the fuck? I don't know how to respond. Oh no, you guys are too nice. What the heck? That's too nice. I'm not used to that. Man, I'm used to being called like fucking stupid or something. I fucking love you guys, man. No, seriously, man. I'm really happy to hear. Because I fucking love painting, man. I try really hard.
I fucking love painting streams, man. Oh, man. Sorry. There's just something about like that. That moment when like putting on highlights or something, man, and then like all just comes together. Hard to explain, I guess. Does that look like shiny metal to you? It looks like shiny metal to me. I don't know. You like it, Viper? Strummer, worry bigger. Are you stroking your baby? When you are bitter. What? What? Neb, come on, bro. Come on, brother. Well, man, I don't even know what you said. All right, now for a final touch of bold titanium white. All right.
This is the brightest point. Woo!
Revink asks, "Oh, great wise tree, can you convince Xeno to play Stellar Blade on Streamplow's Peepacute?" Ah, my dear Revink, alas, convincing the majestic ruler Xeno to partake in Stardew, I mean Stellar Blade, may prove more challenging than inspiring a bald man to don a wig. But do marvel at his misguided confidence, won't you? Your plea is warmly noted, although it might just be as futile as tempting a cat away from its cherished nap.
Jesus.
XFF wine time.
Okay. I'll think about it. I'll think about playing it, yeah. You could have just asked me. All right, boys, what do you think, man? Let's take a look. What do you guys think, man? Does that look like gold to you? I think it turned out pretty decent. I think it turned out pretty decent, man. We can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I think it turned out pretty good. Just the top half. Ignore this bottom half here. Adding red to his head. So I was thinking about that, and I think I'll be okay because the bottom part. So this part right here, this like bottom part, it's I'm gonna give it a red tint anyway. The PF analysis guy made a whole thread. PF analysis. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, send it to me. Oh, thanks a lot, Neb. Yeah, I'm not done with this stuff like in here in the middle. Just pretty much the top part and the bottom part. I'm gonna change the eye just a little bit though. But I guess this is like, yeah. Okay, well that's cool. That's cool. All right. Yeah, this guy's turning out pretty. This guy's turning out pretty decent, I feel. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, man. Woo. Jesus. Oh. Okay. Save this for later. Paint some more. Maybe tonight or something. Oh man. Okay, let me close this up.
All right. Okay, let's see. Let me pause this. Let me go to... Okay. All right, boys. Well, thank you very much for hanging out today on the painting strum. We're gonna do tree stream tonight. So here's the plan, guys. We're gonna do tree stream. I am indeed hungry. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. We're gonna do. What is this that you sent me, Art? PF analysis.
Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury Lane? Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man?
Oh, I'll look at this too.
Married to the Muffin Man. My lord, we found it. Whoop.
Wow, okay, we'll react to this. Holy shit. Yo, this is more content. Holy fuck. Well, let me tell Leo. Damn, okay, well, yo, if you guys want to check this out, this is spoiler. We're going to react to that tomorrow. Spoiler, we're reacting to that tomorrow. Yo, check that out now. It's fucking crazy. That's funny. Okay. All right, guys. Seriously, man. Seriously, thank you guys very much for hanging out today, man. I love doing the painting stream, so the fact you guys like to chill, man, really means a lot. I fucking love painting. I love listening to that lore and shit too, man. It's just really chill. Just really chill. I needed a day like this to kind of, like, because yesterday was fucking rough, but, well, I mean, not, it was rough, but in a good and bad way. But anyway, so here's what we got done today. I'll show you. Woo! It's looking kind of good. Ooh. I think it looks better on this camera. All right. So this is what we got done. Yeah, I'm really happy with that, man. This gold recipe that I'm using is the same one I use on Sanguinius. It's a pretty good one. It's kind of standard, but with like 2 small changes. But anyway, so okay, so that's cool. Okay, so here's the plan for. Yeah, thanks a lot for posting all those, man. So here's the plan for tomorrow, guys. I'll shout this out one more time. We are planning to play on a classic. Let me see. Hold on one sec. Let me see.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, man. I had to reply to a message. Okay. So anyway, let me plug this again. This is the classic Terra server that we're going to play on. Plug this. We are going to be doing a Q&A tomorrow. Well, we aren't, but we're going to be tuning in to a Q&A tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want to look at some questions. I want to think of some questions that we can ask the Q&A for the private server. I will tell you the ones that I've already asked, and I will tell you the answers they gave me. So yeah, we can figure that out tomorrow. But basically, what we're going to do tomorrow is we will do some racked, then we'll play 14 for just a little bit, then we'll do that Q&A. Yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow. Yeah, and then next Friday we're gonna blast. So anyway, guys, all right, thank you again so much for hanging out, man. As always, I appreciate it, man. You have no idea how much that it means to me that you guys like hang out during the painting streams and shit, man. But I will see you guys. So tonight we'll do a tree. Tonight we'll tree, and then tomorrow is racked, a little bit of 14, and then yeah, the Terra Q&A. The Q&A is at 12 p.m. EST. 12 p.m. EST. Yeah. Okay, so I will see you guys tonight for tree. You know what time it is. Cue the music. Fucking love you guys, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you guys tonight, man. I'll see you guys tonight. Wherever you are in the world, have a great day. Have a great night. Fucking love you guys. K-Sut. K-Sut. I'll see you tonight for tree. Peace.
It's insane! It's insane! Our super getting something from the kitties is critical!
Jesus. Ass 11 wall. I don't like Kumachama wall. You know what? That's about enough of that. That's about enough of that. That wall is unnecessary. Ass 11 wall. Penetration. Wall has been penetrated. Wall has been penetrated. He's here. Scatter. Kiro and Limrith, the agents. The agents of penetration. The agents of penetration. Wall has been penetrated. Jedi. I love you guys. See you later, alligator. K-Sut. K-Sut. Alright, who you guys want to watch? Let's see. Let's go, Siyama. He hosted me the other day, man. Let's go, Siyama. Yeah, let's go, Siyama. Alright, we're gonna host. We're gonna host Siyama.
Okay.
Alright, fucking love you guys, man.
You guys are the best. Don't ever forget it. Hashtag Yamanation. Alright, I'll see you guys tonight, man. I'll see you guys tonight, man. Peace. Jesus, man. Come on, bro. Fuck. Oh, man. That's no cringe, bro. Jesus, man. All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace.